Good morning. The resumption of the meeting of the Committee on Health of the Commission on Appointments in the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Good morning. Under consideration of this committee today is the ad interim appointment of Secretary Teodoro Javier Herbosa as Secretary of the Department of Health. May we request the appointee to come forward and to take his designated seat. The majority floor leader is recognized to report on the parliamentary status.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Committee on Health conducted a hearing on September 26, 2023, during the second regular session of the 19th Congress to deliberate on the ad interim appointment of Mr. Teodoro Javier Herbosa as Secretary, Department of Health. The committee chair made his opening statement and directed Secretary Mayra Villarica to report on the status of the jurisdictional requirements in compliance with the new rules of the Commission and the rules of the standing committees and other relevant information about the appointee. The chair then directed Secretary Villarica to administer the oath to the appointee. Thereafter, Secretary Herbosa delivered his introductory statement. Chairperson Go, Senator Paul, Representative Mercado Revilla, and Assistant Majority Floor Leader Marcoleta directed questions and queries to the appointee. The questions and queries to the appointee revolved around Republic Act number 11463, otherwise known as the Malasakit Centers Act, the establishment of super health centers across the country, and the proposal for upgrades or establishments of public hospitals and the status thereof. The discussion centered on concerns about PhilHealth, super health centers without proper equipment, doctors, nurses, and funding, and the problems and issues concerning the plight of nurses and private healthcare workers in the country. Furthermore, issues raised to the attention of the appointee include the low year-end accomplishment and low fund utilization of the Department of Health, the Department of Health performance-based incentive system, increase in the salaries of PhilHealth, key management personnel, capitation payment scheme, COVID-19 living recommendations, and the implementing rules and regulations of Republic Act number 11900. The members directed appointees to submit to the Committee on Health relevant data of patients per region served through the Malasakit centers, a copy of Department Memorandum Circular number 2023-235, and DOH contingency plan in the event of a Nipah virus outbreak. The appointee offered to submit a report on improvements to public hospitals and data on additional specialty centers in different regions of the country. Several members manifested their intention to ask further questions from the appointee, but due to lack of material time, the deliberation on the ad interim appointment of Mr. Teodoro Javier Herbosa as Secretary of the Department of Health was suspended. The Congress, having adjourned its session on September 27, 2023, the ad interim appointment of Mr. Herbosa as Secretary of the Department of Health was bypassed pursuant to the rules of the Commission. That is the parliamentary status, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Mr. Chair, before we proceed, may I be allowed to recognize the guest of Congressman J.J. Romualdo from the local government units of the province of Camiguin Island, headed by Vice Mayor Robert Jones Closas and Vice Mayor Neil John Yanko of the municipalities of Mambahaw and Sagay, respectively. They are here to observe the deliberation of the Committee on Health on the Commission on Appointments. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. Welcome, Vice Mayor Closas and Vice Mayor Yanko. I'm buntag kaninyo.
Mr. Chairman, the Sangguniang Bayan members are also around, Mr. Chairman,
Welcome.
to be recognized. Of Mambahaw and Sagay, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor. Thank you.
Welcome po kayo dito sa Senado. May we now hear Secretary Villarica's report on the status of the jurisdictional requirements in compliance with the new rules of the commission and the rules of the standing committees and other relevant information about the appointee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. The Commission on Appointments received on November 8, 2023, the ad interim appointment dated November 5, 2023 of Mr. Teodoro Javier Herbosa as Secretary of the Department of Health and was referred anew by the Chairperson of the Commission, Senate President Juan Miguel Mix F. Zubiri, to the Committee on Health for its appropriate action on even date pursuant to Section 16, Chapter 5 of the new rules of the Commission. It should be recalled that the said ad interim appointment was already published in two newspapers of general circulation, the Manila Times and Manila Standard, and broadcast over PTV4 station pursuant to Section 2, Article 2 of the Rules of the Standing Committees, and that the appointee had likewise complied with the submission of the mandatory documentary requirements as provided for in Section 24, Chapter 6 of the new rules of the Commission. No sworn opposition was filed against the subject ad interim appointment. And on November 7, 2023, the appointee, Mr. Teodoro Javier Herbosa, submitted the documents requested by the members of the Committee on Health during the deliberation of the said committee on September 26, 2023, relative to the appointee's ad interim appointment as Secretary of the Department of Health. Copies of the submitted documents have been furnished to all the members of the Commission. That is all, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The appointee is reminded that he is still under oath. I have just a few questions just to reiterate now what the Secretary has said and committed during the last hearing, last September 26, last hearing of the committee. So October, November. Anyway, Secretary Herbosa, the Malasakit centers will be supported by the department as provided under Republic Act 11463 or the Malasakit Centers Act. Batas na po ito. The Secretary also presented and submitted to the committee department memorandum stating that all patients must be accorded with available services that they need in Malasakit centers. Sabi mo, Mr. Secretary, na napakalaking tulong po ang nagawa ng Malasakit Centers Law at medical assistance for indigent patients sa ating mga kababayang mahirap at walang matakbuhan. At nangako po kayo under oath na walang matatanggihan na pasyente na lumalapit sa Malasakit Centers at sa mga pampublikong ospital. You assured the Commission na talagang tutulungan natin ang mga mahirap at nangangailangan using all the funds given to the Department of Health by the legislature. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pagmamalasakit sa ating mga kababayan na Secretary. Do you confirm this, Mr. Secretary?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Yes, I confirm that we will support the Malasakit centers, over 100 plus in many of the hospitals of the Department of Health, and will continue to provide assistance to our indigent patients.
Maraming salamat, Secretary. And additionally, the Secretary also mentioned that super health centers will be supported by the department as it is in line with the universal healthcare law. No? Can we continue to count on your support for this initiative? Dahil dito po sa mga health centers na ito, dyan na po ma-implement yung primary care ng universal healthcare. At since tumaas na po yung budget ng PhilHealth, no? For next year sa proposed budget, ay mas malalong ma-implement po yung konsulta package ng gobyerno. And it will help decongest the hospitals dahil dyan na po sila magpapa-check up, early disease detection, at hindi na lumala yung sakit. Lalong-lalo na po ngayon na tumataas po yung cases ng flu, influenza. Maaari bang makumpirma natin na malaking tulong po itong mga super health centers, lalong-lalo na po sa mga malalayong lugar na walang access po sa hospitals?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I confirm our priority is developing and improving primary care by building more primary care facilities or super health centers with laboratory, ultrasound, X-ray, even probably dialysis and even birthing to support the decongestion of our hospitals, Mr. Chair.
Salamat. Last Congress, we passed Republic Act 11712 or the Public Health Emergency Benefits and Allowances for Healthcare Workers, sponsored by the Finance Chair, Senator Angara. We provided for benefits and compensation to our healthcare workers and frontliners. Alam natin na hindi mababayaran ng kahit anuman po yung buhay at sakripisyo na binigay po ng ating mga frontliners, no. Ito po ay services rendered, pinagpawisan na po ito ng ating mga medical frontliners. At sa kakaikot ko sa buong Pilipinas, marami talaga nag-aabot sa akin ng papel, nananawagan. Secretly, inaabot sa akin yung papel. Pagbasa ko, sir, yung aming hiya, no? Yun parati ko talagang natatagpuan ko anywhere, any hospital, hiya ang panawagan nila. At alam ko naman pong ginagawa nyo rin po ang lahat, no? Kaya nanawagan ako sa Department of Health, sa DBM, kung meron pong pondo, whether a program, whether unprogram, ay sana po mabigyan po ito ng priority. 2021 pa yung iba rito, 2022. Ika nga, services rendered na po ito, pinagpawisan na po nila ito. May we know from the good secretary, ano na pong updates dito since during the budget deliberation, nabanggit niyo po na meron na disburse na po yung 23 billion, no, para for this year dito sa health emergency allowances ng ating mga healthcare workers.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the Department of Budget and Management released earlier this year 4 billion pesos, which we have distributed. I heard almost disbursed na ito. So we've requested another tranche depending on availability of funds at mabigay natin sa ating mga healthcare workers, Mr. Chair.
Salamat po. Baka pwedeng mabigyan kaagad ng prioridad po ito. Sabi ko nga sa program o program funds dahil inaantay po ito, nakikiusap po ako sa inyo, inaantay po ito ng ating mga medical frontliners 2021, 2022, 2023 services rendered na po ito. At ito from Lawag, may sumulat po sa akin sa kanilang claims, no. And going to another issue, ito pong rising cases of influenza. Ito pong walking pneumonia. There are reports of a surge in cases of respiratory illnesses in China. The Netherlands has also reported cases related to the bacteria that causes a walking pneumonia. We need to have response measures in place against possible increases in cases here in the country. And in fact, kaya nga po tayo naka-online na po, no? Bumalik na rin po kami sa online session. Some of our members dahil nagkasakit rin po, no? Tita Cynthia, get well po. Magandang umaga. Good morning, Ma'am Cynthia. Naka-mute po. Magandang umaga, Ma'am Cynthia. Gusto mong batiin sila?
Good morning. I'm here attending online.
Kumusta po kayo? Okay naman
Okay
po.
na?
Get
Galing
well
na.
po.
Okay, thank you.
Ayun po, no, tumataas yung kaso at dapat po matuto tayo sa nangyari sa atin during the COVID-19 pandemic. Lessons learned tayo dito at ikaw po ay naging malaking parte ng COVID response natin. Of course, ang lahat ng ating mga Department of Health officials, Yusek Berere, dito sila Doc Jack Arroyo. Salamat po sa inyong sakripisyo sa panahon ng pandemya. Tayo natin masayang yung pinaghirapan nating lahat ikaw po ang naging special advisor. What measures is the DOH undertaking, and are you recommending to mitigate cases and avoid an outbreak here in the Philippines, Secretary?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Totoo po, not only in China, but now other countries in Europe have reported increase in respiratory illness in children. Attributed po ito sa hindi bagong virus, previous microbes, Mycoplasma pneumonia, yung respiratory syncytial virus, at saka yung influenza. Sa Philippines po, wala pang outbreak according to our Epidemiology Bureau, although marami ang cases because ito po talaga yung season ng respiratory illness. And my advice is the same. Yung natutunan natin ng COVID, yung social distancing at saka pagsuot ng face mask, cough etiquette para hindi magkahawan. Kung may sakit ang bata, wag nang papasukin para hindi makahawan ng ibang bata sa eskwelahan, Mr. Chair.
Though hindi na po mandatory ang pagsusuot ng face mask sa ngayon, ako bilang chair po ng Committee on Health, iniinganyo ko pa rin po ang ating mga kababayan, kundi naman po sa gabal sa inyo. At natutuwa ako tuwing may nakikita po akong nagsusuot pa rin po ng face mask, no? Lalong-lalo na po yung mga merong comorbidities na maaring mahawa. And lastly, Mr. Secretary, to recognize the significant contribution of overseas Filipinos, mga modern day heroes natin ito, yung contributions nila sa ating bansa, and to further enhance reintegration efforts of the government for OFWs. Former President Duterte issued Executive Order number 154 in 2021 establishing the OFW Hospital in Pampanga. The hospital is envisioned to provide comprehensive and total health care services to all OFWs and their dependents. I have also filed Senate Bill 2297 to institutionalize the OFW Hospital and ensure its continuous operations. Currently, OFW Hospital is being managed by the Department of Migrant Workers. However, there are concerns on its technical capability in managing a hospital. Do you think it is better for the DOH to manage the DOH hospitals dahil ito naman po ang inyong expertise, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we welcome any assistance that will be requested by the Department of Migrant Workers to help operationalize and improve the services of our OFW hospital in Pampanga.
I have also filed Senate Bill 2414 to establish OFW wards in DOH hospitals. At hindi naman lahat ng OFWs makakapunta sa hospital sa Pampanga. I understand the DOH already has a policy on OFW wards. Ilan hospital na po ay meron na pong mga OFW wards at ilan po ang OFWs ay naserbisyuhan na po dito. At ito pong sa PhilHealth natin, since mag-increase tayo ng budget for next year, dalawang side po itong naririnig ko kasi, Mr. Secretary. Matagal na pong issue ang unpaid claims ng PhilHealth sa mga private hospitals. Nakakausap ko po ang PhilHealth at private hospitals noon, no? During ito pong kay Private Hospitals Association of the Philippines President Dr. Jose De Grano noon pang panahon ni dating Pangulong Duterte. At pinapaalalahanan ko noon ang pamunuan ng PhilHealth na ayusin po ang mga issue sa mga apektadong ospital at makipag-ugnayan sa mga grupo tulad ng PAPI para maresolba. Hindi pwedeng maantala ang serbisyong pangkalusugan para sa mga tao. Hindi lang naman po ang malalaking hospital ang inaasahan ng mga kababayan natin, no? May mga maliliit na hospitals na kailangan rin po nila ng puhunan para po tuloy-tuloy po ang kanilang operasyon. According to reports, 27 billion worth of claims remain unpaid as of end of September 2023. As chairman of the PhilHealth Board, gusto nating malaman kung ano na po ang status nito at ano po ang rekomendasyon ng nyo sa PhilHealth bilang chairman, no, para mapabuti at mapabilis ang pagbabayad sa mga private hospitals, Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have actually asked the management of PhilHealth already start paying, and they have promised to to pay arrears of more than 60 days in a period of 90 days. I think marami ng hospitals ang nabayaran. We continue to request the management to improve the services so that the claims will be given immediately. And we've also asked the PhilHealth management to provide more benefits, health benefits in primary care, not only hospital benefits, to actually improve the services of PhilHealth to help our universal health coverage, Mr. Chair.
Oh. At I'm also reminding PhilHealth to exert all efforts possible in accordance with our laws. Naintindihan ko naman po nung nagkaroon ng investigasyon dito sa Senado at talagang pinag-iingatan po ng PhilHealth rin po ang pondo, no? Dahil sila po ang nag-isa dito sa hearing sa Senado. Kaya lang po nakikiusap ako kung pwede po mapabilisan, masimplihan, mas iklian po ang proseso sa tulong po ng teknolohiya at dagdag na tao kung kakailanganin po. Importante rito, walang masayang na pondo po ng gobyerno ni piso. At para hindi rin po maantala ang operasyon ng ating mga hospitals, no. At ito naman pong sabi ko kanina sa other side naman po, merong mga doctors, no, na in 2019 nagkaroon tayo ng hearing dito sa Senado tungkol sa fraudulent claims sa PhilHealth tulad ng upcasing at overpayment. Kinukundina po natin yung mga ganitong gawain at sinusuportahan natin ang PhilHealth sa mga hakbang nito para maiwasan po ito. Having said that, may mga lumalapit sa aking opisina na yung mga maliliit na hospital at doktor na tinanggalan po ng accreditation ng PhilHealth dahil sa mga maliliit at na pagkakamali sa filing ng claims. Ang honest mistake po siguro tong iba at or wrongfully filed claims. Yung iba talaga maliit na halaga lang ang pagkakamali pero sinususpindi po sila agad ng PhilHealth for 6 months. Paano naman po yung kanilang trabaho, yung kanilang hanap buhay? Even yung iba dyan ay 400 pesos. Ano po ang proseso ng PhilHealth sa pag-verify ng ganito at paano ang maging action ng PhilHealth kung malaman na fraudulent o mali yung claim? At dapat may threshold na amount po involved kung kailangan papatawan ng suspension ang accreditation ng health facility o doktor. Even yung iba po ay umaabot sa korte. Mas mahal pa yung gastos nila sa abogado sa araw-araw na pag-asikaso at saka yung perwiso po sa kanilang pamumuhay, sobrang apektado pati po ang sa kanilang pamilya apektado rin po dito. So baka tingnan niyo po ito ng mabuti, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yung mga hospital and doctors na nagkakaroon ng penalty ay nag-a-appeal naman po at umaabot sa board. The current board has become more humanistic in terms of the decisions and have actually approved some of the requests as long as there is no malicious intent. So hinahanap namin pa rin ng fraud. We are asking management to continue to look and go after fraudulent practices, but we are also knowledgeable na merong mga over ang kanilang penalty and the board has acted on several of them, Mr. Chair.
Are they guided sa mga hakbang na maaari nilang gawin para sa pag-apila ng desisyon? Yung iba po, some are 15 years ago pa po yung cases nila and then all of a sudden, nandiyan na po yung desisyon and they were advised na to go to court na lang po ang kanilang pag-asa dito. And even for mga pagkakamali nila na 400 pesos, ika nga, and then papatawan sila ng 6 months suspension. Dapat po siguro maging guided sila sa gagawin nilang hakbang para hindi na po umabot sa ganong sitwasyon na wala na silang ibang recourse but to go to the court.
Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Chair. So we have actually, the board has ordered the management to review these rules, these penalty rules for, like say, wrong claims or whatever. And we will be reviewing that and they will be presenting to the board how how to penalize such clerical errors. Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Senator JV, may I
With
succeed?
with your indulgence regarding this matter also, regarding yung fraudulent claims, we investigated years ago fraudulent claims, yung upcasing, yung cataract scam regarding PhilHealth. Ang just want to ask Mr. Secretary if kailangan siguro may prosecute talaga, no? It's really Mr. Chair, it's a collusion, no, between PhilHealth employees, some doctors, and some hospitals. So what can the good secretary commit that under his leadership in the PhilHealth that they would really seek justice, no? Because the funds of PhilHealth, hindi tayo mayamang bansa, dapat mapunta ito doon sa talagang nararapat. So would you also believe that those who are really involved in this kind of scams really has to be brought to justice so that yung talagang pondo ng PhilHealth mapunta rin sa tama?
Mr. Chair, I agree. We should go after malicious fraudulent claims, and both hospitals and doctors that are guilty should actually be penalized, Mr. Chair.
I agree with Senator JV, no? At wala pong dapat masayang na pera ng gobyerno ni piso dahil dapat po'y mga mahirap nating kababayan ang makikinabang dito since in-increase po natin ang pondo po ng PhilHealth for next year. Napakalaki po ng increase. So kung sino po yung may kasalanan, makasuhan, kaya nga po tayo nag-hearing dito sa Senado, tingnan ng mabuti kung sino po yung may kagagawan ng kalokohan, makakasuhan kaagad. At yung wala naman pong kasalanan, ay baka ma-absuelto nyo naman po. Balansehin lang po ng mabuti. The truth, kung ano lang po yung totoo at kung sino po yung may kasalanan. Kasi may mga sitwasyon po din sa mga public hospitals na tinatanggalan po ng accreditation dahil sa mga wrongfully filed claims. Hindi natin maiwasan na makokompromiso po yung accessibility sa medical services, lalong-lalo na po sa mga malalayong lugar na wala masyadong public hospitals, tapos mawawalan pa ng PhilHealth accreditation ang health facility doon. At since lahat po ng Pilipino ay miyembro po ng PhilHealth, hindi naman po lahat ma-access ang serbisyo dahil walang PhilHealth accredited health facility. So, yun po ang dapat nating balansehin po, Mr. Secretary, dahil halos lahat po ng Pilipino ay umaasa po sa PhilHealth, whether private, small private hospitals or government hospitals. Halos PhilHealth talaga ang last stop dyan parate. So, yun lang po, pakitingnan lang po ng mabuti. That is all, Mr. Secretary. Again, we expect that you will stay true to your commitments and count on your leadership to ensure that we can further improve our healthcare system and assist all patients needing assistance. Salamat po, Mr. Secretary, sa inyong commitment at sa inyong dedikasyon sa inyong trabaho. May we recognize our majority floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a query sa Secretariat. Reports committed to be submitted to the body, were they submitted? Secretary Myra? Yung report on improvements to public hospitals and data on additional specialty centers and relevant data regarding malasakit, were they submitted? Just a query.
Yes, Mr. Majority Floor Leader, all those requested documents were submitted.
Thank you. On the part of the House contingent, while we have a lot more policy questions that our members want to, ask, we are confident that the Honorable Secretary will address most of these concerns even after these deliberations. So on the part of the House contingent, Mr. Chair, we will no longer ask any questions to further expedite the deliberation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Salamat, Majority Floor Leader. From our contingent naman po sa Senado, may we recognize Senator Risa Hontiveros. Ma'am, Go ahead po.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. Chair, at magandang umaga po, Secretary.
Gandang umaga, ma'am.
Salamat, sir. One of the SONA commitments of the President is to release the long overdue allowances and the benefits of healthcare workers who worked at the height of COVID-19. Mr. Secretary, ang akin pong opisina ay patuloy din na nakatatanggap ng reklamo patungkol sa Health Emergency Allowance, yung HEA. Some reports have alleged that government owes our HCWs around 26 billion pesos for unpaid allowances and benefits. Narinig ko po yung sinabi ni Secretary kanina na may na-release na 4 billion. So medyo malayo pa yung pupunuin para makumpleto yung sinasabing 26 billion. So maaari po bang itanong, Mr. Secretary, ilang claims pa o anong halaga pa ng mga claims that remain unsettled? Magkano po yon? At ano yung timetable para isettle yung remaining claims?
Thank you, Ma'am Chair. Mr. Chair, ang GAA for 2022 na disburse na nila is 22 billion para sa health emergency allowance. Yung sinasabi kong 4 billion is for the 2023 General Appropriations Act. Ang na-allocate doon was 27 billion and nagre-release na tayo unti-unti as the Department of Budget and Management releases this to us. So ang disbursement yun based on what is given, almost 90.9% disbursed na yung unang releases. So ang total claims na nag-grant na po ay 8,040,980. So for the total, parang ang total po ay 72 billion po ang total talaga na dapat bayaran. Ang unprogrammed po ay 52 billion. So for this year, sa GAA, 19 ang nakaprogram at 52 yung mga nasa unprogrammed. So we are awaiting release. I have requested DBM to also release so that our healthcare workers will be given their due benefits, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Mr. Secretary. So, klaruhin ko lang para kung malinaw sa akin, malinaw din po sa mga healthcare workers na nakikinig sa atin. So, sabi niyo po, 2022, yung nasa GAA was 22 billion pesos. Yung 22B po ba yon para sa 2022? Covered na po lahat nung obligation natin sa mga healthcare workers para sa taong iyon?
Hindi pa, ma'am, kasi we are asking 25. Ang current request ko po ay 25.96 billion. This is for the November 29 kami sumulat sa DBM to release na this remainder para mabigay sa ating healthcare workers, Madam Chair.
Okay, salamat po, Mr. Secretary. And then para sa 2023, sabi niyo nga po na ang nasa GAA ay 27 billion pesos. Binanggit nyo na 4 billion pesos ay na-allocate na. Pero later may binanggit din po kayong may 90.9% na ang na-release. Was that for year 2023 also?
Yes, Madam Chair.
So for 2023, may less than 10% na lang na utang po natin sa healthcare workers na hindi pa po nare-release.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Mr. Secretary. Sabi niyo rin po, total claims granted so far, tama po ba? 8 million or 8 billion? Did I
8 million po, 8 million workers.
B po. M.
Million workers po,
Eh,
tao.
I'm sorry.
8 million persons
All right.
that claimed.
All right, salamat po. I stand corrected. So 8 million healthcare workers ang nag-grant na po. Out of ilang total ang dapat mabigyan?
I think around 10 million workers itong estimate, ma'am.
So kung gayon, Mr. Secretary, may 2 milyon pa na kailangan pa nating bayaran yung utang natin ng
Yes,
gobyerno
Madam
sa
Chair.
Salamat po, Mr. Secretary. And then, may binanggit po kayong 72 billion pesos requested, tama po ba? Pero unprogrammed ay 52 billion pesos. Para sa aling taon po iyon?
Madam Chair, for 2023, ang unprogrammed ay 52 billion. Ang NEP na nilagay namin sa budget ng 2024 is 19 billion. So ang total lahat ng dalawa, 52 plus 19 ay 72 billion. Pag nabigay ho lahat yan, covered na natin yung 10 million workers. Madam Chair.
And then, meron din kayong binanggit kanina na 90 billion pero 52 billion unprogrammed. Para sa anong taon po iyon?
For GAA, 2023, we have allotted 19.7 billion, which was programmed, and 52, which was unprogrammed.
19 po.
Oo,
19.
Yun yung na-release na sa amin. Na-release na ang 4 billion noon.
Okay. And then huli po, sabi nyo nga po, nung itong nakaraang buwan, Nobyembre, may request po kayo na 25.96 billion na iniintay
Yes,
nyo
Madam
pong
Chair.
ma-release po sa
Na-release
department.
na.
So, overall po, magkano na lang ang unsettled mula po sa unang taon ng pandemya hanggang ngayon? Ilan pong claims ito at ang magkano po yung total na kulang pa nating ibayad?
Ang arrears po namin for 2021, 22, and 23 ay 62.9 billion pa.
At kung gayon, ano po yung timetable para isettle itong remaining 62B plus?
Sa NEP, meron tayong, sa 2024, Madam Chair, naglagay din tayo dyan ng 22 billion, I think. So, unti-unting nababawasan every year. Opo.
So at this rate po, Mr. Secretary, posibleng natatansya ng department na within 3 years,
Yes.
mababayaran nyo na po lahat ng utang pa nating HEA sa healthcare workers.
Yes, Madam Chair, or shorter, hopefully.
Okay po. So pwede po nating sabihin sa mga healthcare workers natin at the latest, plano po ng department na by year 2026, kung hindi man mas maaga, makukuha na po nila.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Mr. Secretary. And lastly on this topic, may posibilidad ba na mapaaga pa yung timetable? Sabi niyo po kasi at the latest, within 3 years. At the earliest po, ano yung nakikita niyong kakayaning gawin ng department?
Madam Chair, kasi kung unprogrammed funds, basta may taxes makolek ang national government, the DBM can release us this money. So we're hoping that there will be more taxes paid. And kasi ang sabi nila, konti ang nakolek nung 2021, 2022. And that's the reason hindi nila mabigay lahat. But if our growth rate's high, I think there will be money to actually release it earlier, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Chair, siyempre gusto po ng healthcare workers natin, mabayaran po ito ng mas maaga, pero bilang sila rin po ay taxpayers, consumers, mahirap yung balancing act kasi in terms of additional taxes. Pero salamat po sa mga tanong nyo sa unang paksang ito. Oh, and lastly po on the HEA, na-inform po ako na nag-establish ang department ng grievance board para imbestigahan yung failure ng pag-grant ng COVID-19 benefits at allowances sa eligible healthcare workers. Pwede po bang itanong paano itong grievance boards, paano nila ini-intend na i-address yung bottlenecks para sa wakas makuha na nga po nung HCWs natin yung ano yung due sa kanila?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ang process po, the Department of Health has a list of the healthcare workers that are due their benefits, and then the money is allocated to the regional offices of the Department of Health, who then allocates them to the hospital based on the listing. So yung grievances are mostly people who are not paid, who were in the list or was removed by their director. So hindi sila maka-complain sa director nila. So they complain to our regional office. So yung regional directors namin ang mag-aano ng grievance committee, and we will settle it with the hospital director to make sure that those who really served in the COVID wards will be paid. The other grievance naman is nag-serve sila pero na-downgrade yung kanilang category from medium risk to low risk, which means smaller yung amount na natatanggap nila. So yun yung second ina-address namin, and we have made some amendments like security guards that in the front, in the ER, parang in-upgrade namin sila so that they will get the correct benefits due them, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Mr. Secretary, at na-anticipate nyo yung isang follow-up question ko. So, malinaw po sa akin na yung grievance boards ay nasa regional level pala dun sa regional offices nyo, and then pababa sila sa hospital para tugunan kung anumang grievance mayroon. And then bukod po dun sa binanggit nyo ng ilang amendments, security guards, ano pa yung ibang action points na ginagawa ng DOH para sa wakas i-address itong recurring issue ng HCW's allowances, kung meron pong ibang action points?
Yes, so because of those, Madam Chair, naisip namin na mag-create na diretso na lang sa ATM ng mga healthcare workers. So nakikipag-usap kami sa Land Bank and DBP kung minsan kung may Land Bank account sila at DBP account sila, kasi ma'am nasa private hospitals ito. So some of them don't have that. So that was the other process that would simplify it, na hindi na dadaan sa hospital director at diretso sa bank account ng ating mga workers. So pinag-aaralan ito. I think yung iba pumayag, nag-set up ng land bank accounts. Tapos meron kaming dashboard din na sinet up, parang website na pwedeng puntahan, doh.gov.ph, at may quick link doon para makita nila kung anong status ng HEA.
Salamat po, Secretary. At sana kung mag-workout po yung pag-uusap ng department nyo sa Land Bank at DBP, mapag-isipan din paano naman yung provision sa mga private hospital workers, lalo na po, gaya ng sinabi nyo, na walang account dito sa mga government banks natin. Salamat, Secretary. Dako ako sa pangalawang paksa ko, yung COA findings sa Pharmaly scandal. During my interpellation of the budget of the Commission on Audit, I followed up on their audit of DOH's procurement of COVID-19 supplies involving the procurement service of the DBM and Pharmaly Pharmaceutical Corporation. Some of the findings I was made aware of include non-compliance of DOH to MOA requirements for the transfer of funds amounting to 47.65 billion pesos, failure of DOH to provide PSDBM complete technical specifications and other relevant standards or requirements on COVID-19 items in the agency's procurement requests, failure of DOH to appropriately exercise administrative control in ensuring the availability of PPEs and medical supplies, and failure of DOH to exert efforts in monitoring the liquidation of the 47B plus pesos funds transferred to PSDBM. Matanong lang po, ang good secretary po ba made aware po nitong COA findings na ito?
Yes, Madam Chair, we were made aware of this, and we will try to comply whatever legal processes will continue thereafter. So susunod po tayo sa batas, Madam Chair.
Salamat po, Mr. Secretary. At dahil dumako na rin po tayo dun sa usapin ng compliance, aware po ba ang DOH management sa mga COA recommendations para i-address itong adverse findings? Paano po yung DOH management nag-i-intend na ipatupad itong mga rekomendasyon para hindi na maulit muli ang mga irregularidad na ito, lalo't higit ay maibalik ang pondong hindi nagamit na nananatili pang nakalagak sa PSDBM?
Yes, Madam Chair. Meron tayong ongoing case then with the Ombudsman regarding this after the Senate investigations. So we will comply. And then we've also asked our own audit to actually do audit of all those that were procured during that time, Madam Chair.
Okay po. So bukod pa po sa special audit ng COA, ang DOH audit ay magsasagawa rin ng sarili niyang audit. Alright, salamat po, Mr. Secretary. And huli po sa paksang ito, fully aware of the role that the good secretary as an advisor to the National Task Force on COVID-19, paano niyo po, Secretary, ini-intend na singilin yung accountability mula sa mga DOH officials na involved sa massive failure na ito na proteksyonan ang mga public funds at halos na kompromiso yung ating COVID-19 prevention and control?
Madam Chair, with regards those findings, we will allow the court to make the decision, maybe the Sandigan or Ombudsman in Sandigan, and we will comply with whatever decision these bodies come out with, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Secretary. At the same time, sabi niyo kanina, magko-conduct ang DOH ng sarili niyang audit. So based sa mga posibleng findings at rekomendasyon na iyon, meron ba kayong kino-contemplate na mga posibleng paraan moving forward, both to exact accountability for the recent past at saka para siguruhin yung higit pang accountability moving forward?
Yes, Madam Chair, we will do that. We will actually try to improve our processes so these incidents will not happen in the future, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Secretary. Ngayon, gusto kong magtanong ng ilang mga tanong tungkol sa mga tinawag na questionable conduct. Good Secretary, you've been involved in quite a few controversies in which you voiced out your opinions or shared something on social media. Some of them were your remarks during the height of the pandemic in 2020 against the community pantry, such as death by community pantry and I told you so about the death of Orlando de la Cruz, who collapsed while queuing for actor Angel Locsin's community pantry in Quezon City. In a statement made by the UP Department of English and Comparative Literature on 23rd April 2021, it was said that your remarks regarding community pantries, specifically of their proponent, Ana Patricia Non, were dangerous and malignant. It was further stated that your baseless questioning of quote-unquote kapatreng and may kulay ka ba o wala insinuated that Ms. Non was part of the Communist Party of the Philippines. Another one was a screenshot of an anecdote you shared on your Facebook account in October 2020, in which a father is comparing rape, romance, and marriage to his son. Quote, the father in the story noted that clothes is the mere difference among the three, saying, in rape, you tear the clothes. In romance, you remove the clothes. In marriage, you wash the clothes. And quote, Herbosa captioned this with, laughter is the best medicine. I saw, Mr. Secretary, that you already tried to make amends by tendering your resignation at UP and posting public apologies on these matters. But today, can the good secretary comment on these, considering that you're being appointed as the head of an executive department and your statements about healthcare workers, the community pantries, and red tagging were criticized for being insensitive and offensive?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. For the joke that I posted, I was immediately informed by our gender and women's studies to take it down. And within 2 hours, I actually took it down. And I think the spread was more of the people who captured it and recirculated it. I also underwent gender sensitivity training for a day with the head herself of the gender and women's studies because of this post. For the community pantry, I actually resigned as executive vice president of the University of Philippines because of the response against my post. And I made a formal apology, and I continue to apologize for that statement and respect the rights of people who want to actually get food or give food to people that need in time of epidemic like what happened to us, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretary. And can this honorable body have your commitment not to repeat such conduct?
I have already learned early on as in the past few days that any comment the Secretary of Health makes on media is already taken as policy. So I will be very careful and worried regarding these lessons I have learned in the past, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And lastly, on this important topic, you said earlier that you continue to apologize for these statements and actions.
That is correct. Because now I've learned the value of respecting women, number two, and also for community pantries, respecting the rights of people who are expressing their opinions, Madam Chair.
Salamat po, Mr. Secretary. If I have more time, Mr. Chair, I think Mr. Chair San Francis would like to.
Before we recognize Senator Tolentino, since we recognize the online presence of Senator Cynthia Villar and Senator Grace Poe, may we recognize on the part of the Senate, Senator Chis Escudero, Senator Nancy Binay, Senator J.B. Ejercito, Senator Rizon Tubero, Senator Tolentino, And from the House of Representatives, Congressman JJ Romaldo, Congressman Gasataya, Congressman JP Pajernos, Congressman, our Vice Chair Ramon Guico, our Majority Floor Leader, Congressman El Rey Villaferte, Congressman Johnny Pimentel, Congressman Rodante Marcoleta, Congresswoman Lani Mercado, at Congressman Virginel Piron, Congressman Abet Garcia. May we now, Kong GP, na-mention ko po. Congressman GP Pajernos. Nabanggit ko na si Sen po. May we now recognize Senator Tol Tolentino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few quick questions addressed to the nominee. I was in a huddle a while ago with our good friend Congressman Johnny Pimentel. December 2, 10:37 p.m. Between 7.4 to 7.6 magnitude earthquake hit Surigao. May we know from the good secretary how much is the quick reaction funds of the department right now?
I know the allocated is 500 million QRF. That's the QRF. And to be released, Mr. Chair, we need a state of calamity to be declared, and then the funds can be released to the specific area.
Before a state of calamity before the funds can be released, a state of calamity has to be declared. But may we know from the good secretary, has there been an emergency assistance given to Surigao del Sur, Hinatuan in particular, since December 2? December, ano na po ba ngayon? December 5 na. And I was informed by Congressman Johnny Pimentel that 600 aftershocks were registered. May mga namatay po, pero hindi pa ho umaalis yung mga kababayan natin sa Surigao, sa mga evacuation centers, nanginginig, natatakot, kinakabahan, baka sila na yung susunod. So, ang tanong ko po, has there been a plan to mobilize mental health professionals? They call this CISD. Ano po yung CISD? Critical Incident Stress Debriefers. Nagplano na ba ho? Pumunta na? May ticket na aeroplano? O hintayin pa natin yung declaration ng state of calamity? Kasi sabi ni Congressman Johnny Pimentel, nakailan mo kanina ngayong umaga, madaling araw, meron na naman, 7.3. So wala na ho itong katapusan, and they need the assistance of the Department of Health. May we know your answer, my good friend, Dr. Herbosa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We were monitoring this earthquake together with the Director of the Health Emergency Management Bureau. I have in the region 10.4 million that is pre-positioned for calamities and disasters. And we are releasing another 33.4 million for the logistics and supplies of the region. We are in coordination with the regional director, and they have not requested additional supplies.
They have not requested yet.
Not yet.
But can it be done motu proprio? Kasi nakikita naman natin na talagang yung ganitong 7.4 to 7.6 sa Afghanistan lang nangyari to. Sa Iran o sa Nepal. Pero ito ngayon nasa Hinatuan na. So can you do it even without a request emanating from your regional director?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. Actually, standard po, meron tayong psychosocial health workers that actually address. Kasama po sa disaster plan yan. So pag nanghingi sila ng additional, then we mobilize the National Center for Mental Health to actually send. So ano yan, judgment of the people on the ground to request. So but if you want, we will verify. If there is really need, we can send a team to Hinatuan for the psychosocial debriefing and CISD.
The reason why I raised that, Mr. Chairman, is because this is a reflection of how our good secretary, once confirmed, would react not just to earthquakes, but future calamities involving typhoons, tsunamis, among others. So, ito siguro yung ano nyo, dry run nyo, Mr. Secretary. So, the people of Surigao del Sur are waiting Congressman Johnny Pimentel here is nodding. Siguro hinihintay niya kung ano yung magiging action mo ng kagawaran even without your confirmation yet. Kasi December 2, ngayon ay December 5 na, 72 hours elapsed. Naghihintay pa rin ho sila. I hope you can act quickly, my good friend, Secretary Arbosa.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will send the psychosocial team to Hinatuan. Congressman Johnny knows I support the province of Surigao del Sur. I've been doing surgical missions there for even before I was a
No,
secretary.
but this one is different. This is an earthquake. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Salamat, Senator Tolentino. Senator Riza? Yeah.
Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, ilang tanong po dun sa transfer of PhilHealth supervision to the Office of the President. Under the DOH's Department Order Number 2023-2606, dated 12 May 2023, a joint technical working group was created for the proposed transfer of PhilHealth to the Office of the President. As stated in the order, the functions of the TWG are revisit laws and issuances pertaining to the creation, mandates, and functions of the PhilHealth, assess technical and strategic aspects of the proposal, call resource persons from concerned offices, and submit a comprehensive report with the recommendations to the OP. However, nothing was mentioned about the context and rationale behind this proposal. So pwede niyo po bang ibahagi yung rationale sa likod ng panukalang ito?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, I was not privy to the rationale for this because this happened prior to my appointment as Secretary of Health on June 5. But I received the report of the technical working group and transmitted it to the Office of the President. And in that report, they see no legal impediment in the transfer. However, the composition of the board requires legal amendments because the chair of the board is still the Secretary of Health. So that's written in the charter or the law of PhilHealth. So that has to be modified. As a personal view, ma'am, I see no value in transferring PhilHealth to the Office of the President since the alter ego of the President is anyway the Secretary of Health. So as long as it continues to perform its duties, that means paying the health benefits of its members, I think we should be able to be true to the mandate of the Charter of PhilHealth, Madam Chair.
Maraming salamat para doon, Secretary. I'm really glad to hear you say that. Kasi tatanungin ko sana, okay, walang legal impediments, pero kayo bilang secretary, bilang doktor pa, anong tingin nyo? And I really appreciate your take on this matter. Tama lang yon bilang secretary ng Department of Health at kayo po yung nagpapatupad ng Universal Healthcare Law kung saan yung PhilHealth ay isang essential pillar of health financing and insurance. So, hindi ko na kailangan itanong yung ano yung underlying institutional issues ng PhilHealth at paano daw mariresolba yung mga yun sa paglipat ng supervision sa PhilHealth sa OP, ni yung tanong na paano yung proposed transfer i-improve yung performance at benefit delivery ng PhilHealth. Salamat sa pagbanggit nyo na yung improvement ng benefit delivery ay isang tatrabuhin pa ng department, particular sa pamamagitan ng PhilHealth. At yung pinakatanong ko sana bago nyo sinabing you don't see any benefit in that transfer ay bakit kinoconsider ng PhilHealth i-relinquish yung kanyang responsibilidad at accountability bilang Principal National Health Authority in charge sa PhilHealth. Siguro huling tanong na lang, maybe as a way of lesson learned also moving forward. Would you know kung yung mga key stakeholders na konsulta ng TWG? Kasi noon, iniulat na members of the medical community expressed their opposition to the proposed transfer. And there was also a claim then that Dr. Jose Rene de Grano, the president of the Private Hospitals Association of the Philippines, was not consulted.
Nico, alam yung mga detalye doon sa proseso, pero I also personally gave my views about this transfer to the Office of the Executive Secretary. At mukhang nasunod naman po kasi hindi na-announce na ito ay ilipat sa Office of the President. So I think they are listening to the advice of the Secretary of Health, Madam Chair. Thank you.
I certainly hope so, Secretary, at kung ano ang kakailanganin para klaruhin ito sa publiko. I don't know what would if it's an action by DOH regarding yung department personal order ninyo noon, or just a final official announcement from the Office of the President para mapanatag ang loob. I'm sure kayo po sa executive, you'll know kung ano yung proper form of official communication dito.
Yes,
So-
Madam Chair, will comply. We will comply.
Salamat, Good Secretary. So huling paksa na lang po yung 2022 COA findings. Our reading of the COA audit report on the fiscal year 2022 funds of the DOH reveals three perennial issues of DOH. One, the low utilization of funds. Two, wastage of funds. And three, deficiencies in the procurement process. I wish to ask the Secretary some questions regarding these structural problems, but first, allow me please, Mr. Chair, to share some figures lifted from the 2022 COA audit report on DOH. So the Commission on Audit noted that DOH had low utilization of new appropriations from the fiscal year 2022 GAA and specific budgets in the continuing appropriations from fiscal year 2021. Under the fiscal year 2022 GAA, the DOH received total allotments worth 180.6 billion pesos. Of this amount, the department managed to obligate 156.9 billion pesos and disburse 122.4 billion pesos. This translates to an obligation rate of 87% and a disbursement rate of 78%. Maaari po bang malaman kung aware yung secretary sa mga figures na ito at kung na-brief na sila tungkol sa spending performance ng department?
Yes, Madam Chair, these were the first few things that came to me when I sat down as Secretary of Health, that there was very low budget utilization. And since then, I have instructed our department to go several ways forward and catch up with, improve the Department of Health utilization. So we've tried to identify yung mga blocks in implementation, especially of infrastructure projects, yung modification. We also are trying to streamline our procedures and policies to accelerate all of this, and also in coordination with other agencies to improve the timing of fund releases. We also like to do better planning and early procurement activities. Ngayong may NEP na, we are actually starting our early procurement activities so that when the GAA is signed, these awards can already be given. So we've also, for this year, started to issue catch-up plans for budgets that have not yet been utilized and monitor all these projects. So hopefully we can streamline all of this. I've been trying to tell them one of the things I'd like to see is an asset management system. That means from procurement all the way to disposal, we can procure vaccines, medicines on time and be delivered to the people on time, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Salamat, Secretary. I really hope all of these plans materialize at sa pamamagitan siguro pangunahin ng catch-up plans. And just relating it to the first question that we discussed earlier, Secretary, so I'm looking forward also na kasama sa catch-up plans yung pagbayad nga po ng HEA sa mga healthcare workers natin by 2026 at the latest or hopefully earlier. So dahil na-brief po ang Secretary, sabi nyo nga among the first few things na naging aware kayo bilang Secretary, maaari rin po ba malaman yung latest budget utilization figures ng DOH kaugnay ng 2022 continuing appropriations at fiscal year 2023 new appropriations, kung meron na pong figures na ito?
Alam ko ma'am, yung ano yung 2022 ay nasa 90%, 99% almost already yung CONAP 2022. And for the current year, 2023, as of November 15, 2 weeks ago po, 74% na ang aming disbursement rate. 74%. Sa CONAP, ang disbursement, ang obligation ng mataas, ang disbursement, remaining CONAP is 65% po ang na-utilize na, na-disburse na. So ang grand total namin for disbursement for the CONAP and the current year is 73% as of November 15, Madam Chair.
So confident naman po kayo na sa loob nitong natirang buwan ng taong ito ay madidisburse na rin po yung balance of 27%?
Yes, Madam Chair. I was told parang bumibilis pagdating ng November, December. ang utilization, talagang hinahabol po, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Secretary. So huling tanong ko po ngayong umaga, if we look at the specific funds, COA flagged several PAPs of DOH which posted low fund utilization or low disbursement rates. Some of the programs that had disbursement rates lower than 50% include the Cancer Assistance Fund, 15.7%, the Philippine COVID-19 Emergency Response Project, 18.5%, the one of the most important Health Facilities Enhancement Program, HFEP, 34.3%. The Health System Enhancement to Address and Limit COVID-19, a measly 0.11%. And ito, napaka-importante rin po sa amin bilang mga kababaihan, family health, immunization, nutrition, and responsible parenting, 18.1%. So, huling mga tanong po, aware po ba ang Secretary sa status nitong mga programa? As far as I know, these are major and urgent programs of DOH. Alam po ba ng Secretary yung mga dahilan sa likod ng low fund utilization ng DOH sa mga ito?
Yes, Madam Chair. For the Cancer Assistance Funds, late po na-release yung SARO by September lang po kami na-releasean. So after that, na-utilize na. Yung sa HPEP, Madam Chair, it's mostly modifications because sometimes there are funds allocated to a health center. Tapos may nauna na palang funds na nirelease yung local government. So papalipat nila yon to another health center that needs it. So yun yung natatagalan, and that's the one causing some of our delay. The other one is the other ones are things that were allocated to the DOH but we were not included in the planning. Ito ma'am yung mga insertions. So later namin nakukuha, wala pa palang detailed architectural and engineering designs. So hinahabol na lang namin yon. We catch up for those. So yan ang a few of the things I know that have caused the delay and low budget utilization, and part ng catch-up plan namin that the future HPEP magamit talaga. Tapos yung sa mga cancer funds, early procurement activities at bilisan. At nagpadagdag na po ako, Madam Chair, ng mga back teams, more bids and awards teams so that we can utilize the many funds that is allocated by the legislature to the Department of Health, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Secretary. At huli, yung delay sa disbursement dun sa line item na kasama yung responsible parenting, alam po ba kung bakit nasa 18.1% lamang?
If I'm not mistaken, there was a problem with the procurement of the for the birth control pills because of a certain component, but we were able to fix it legally, Madam Chair. So na-issue na rin yung disbursement on, Madam Chair.
All right. Maraming salamat, Secretary. Daghang salamat, Mr. Chair.
Salamat po, Senator Risa. Senator Cheese, may recognize Senator Escudero.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one policy question, Secretary Ted. What's your position on the NDA signed by the previous administration with respect to the acquisition of the vaccine? And have you submitted to COA the full liquidation of the funds utilized and used for the vaccine?
Mr. Chair, I think the non-disclosure was requested by the vaccine companies.
I'm not talking about who requested it, Mr. Secretary. I'm asking what your position is. Because still under our constitution, under our laws, there is no such thing as a procurement that the price will not be revealed to COA. Because these are public funds. I've faced two secretaries already and both took a different position. So may I ask you now as the new secretary, what position do you take and will you take insofar as these NDAs signed by your predecessors are concerned?
Mr. Chair, I believe public funds are auditable, and that COA should be able to see the prices at which these products were procured.
Have you given it to COA, sir?
Not yet. They haven't asked me for.
So these are
Is there a process?
These are 2020, 2021 disbursements during the pandemic. By now, it should have been given. You are well aware of that insofar as liquidations of expenses are concerned. For example, the COA report for 2022 is already done. It was used for the budget deliberations for the different agencies. So I'm talking year 2020, 2021, 2022. And in the 2022 report, it was not there. So, sir, please.
I'm been informed that it's already been submitted to COA, all the prices of the commodities, Mr. Chair.
All of the acquisitions.
Yes,
Kindly-
Mr. Chair.
Can you kindly submit the same too to this committee? Meaning to say, how many vaccines did we buy at what price at different times of the year that we bought it? And an inventory of the vaccines too, sir. Meaning ilan yung nag-expire, ilan yung hindi nagamit, ilan pa yung nandyan, anong balak natin gawin? Just a report on that, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will comply. Submit
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Salamat, Senator Cheese. May we recognize Congressman Johnny Pimentel for his manifestation of support.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no questions, but I would like to manifest my support to my good friend, Secretary Ted Herbosa. I have known him for the past 28 years. I first met him when I was Vice Governor of Surigao del Sur. He was then a member of the Physicians for Peace, and he did several medical missions. And through the years, Mr. Chair, I found Secretary Ted Herbosa has a very compassionate heart in helping our people. With his expertise and experience, I truly believe that he will be an asset to this administration. I think he is a very, very much capable leader, and I believe that he fits all the requirements to become the head of the Department of Health. So, Mr. Chair, I give my full support to Secretary Ted Herbosa on his ad interim appointment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Salamat, Kong Johnny. May we recognize Senator JB Ejercito and then after our Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, morning again. We wish you all the luck. We still have a lot of challenges that we have to surmount in our quest to have a genuine universal healthcare. As you know, during the last two Congresses, we passed several landmark legislations in the Senate. One is the Universal Healthcare, Malasakit, National Integrated Cancer Control Act. And first of all, I'd like to thank you for that you said that you will really support the full implementation of these landmark health legislations. And you further said that that the UAC would need intervention and reforms for it to be fully implemented. Can you state for the record, Mr. Secretary, what intervention or reforms in the health sector do you intend to introduce, and if have you already begun such?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will implement the development of primary care facilities in the Philippines. We've already targeted about 600 to be built, 150 are under construction. Well, also we want to improve primary care benefit packages like Consulta, which is mandated by the Universal Healthcare Law, so that our citizens will not be going to hospital emergency departments, but will go to primary care centers for services not requiring the hospital. And of course, we also have to build the network of specialty hospitals for our citizens all over the country, not only in Metro Manila, but in the regions where heart operations and other specialty operations are also required. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. That's good to know. And likewise, as the principal author of this measure, I know that you're one of those advocates that really supported the passage of this landmark legislation. But still, there are still a lot of challenges for its realization. And just like to ask, in your short stint, as a secretary, what are you think the challenges that we have to surmount in order for us to be able to fully implement and realize a genuine healthcare?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the biggest problem is the integration of the health system, because as you very well know, our local government code actually decentralized the health system. And this is where we suffered when we decentralized. So the UHC law, when I read it, it talks about integration of health services. So this we will try to do. In fact, one of the statements I've given in Congress was to build a DOH hospital in each province, because we're now running 87 hospitals. Yet there are only 83 provinces. And that when I look at the list, there are many provinces wherein they have to travel 2 hours to go to the DOH hospital. So in the places that they need it, we will have the DOH hospital will become the apex, and it can help integrate the services in the primary care, in the district hospital, in the provincial hospital. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And last but not the least, Mr. Chair, you mentioned of specialty hospitals. This is very, I think this was mentioned also by the President in his first two SONAs, as a priority. In fact, we already passed that under our chair here, the measure on specialty centers. And last year we allocated, I think 4 billion, if I'm not mistaken, and added another 2 billion. For 2024, there will be 10.2 billion that will be allocated for specialty centers. My question, Secretary, how the challenge here is the utilization, no? Medyo malaki po yung 10 billion. Can you state for the record, how do you plan to utilize this so that hindi po masayang itong nilagay natin 10 billion, so that the dream or the intention of our President and the Senate and the Congress for us to be able to have the specialty centers up and running as soon as possible time? Yung 10 billion ba, kaya po natin magastos, magamit para po sa lalong madaling panahon, magamit kaagad itong specialty centers?
Yes, Mr. Chair, magagamit lahat po yan kasi yung mga specialty centers require very expensive equipment. Cancer center, yung heart center, yung mga kidney center, this require expensive equipment. In fact, ang stumbling block po hindi yung pera, because it's allocated na nga. Ang stumbling block is training the specialist. So ang nangyayari, like tayo kami ng heart center sa Cagayan de Oro sa Northern Mindanao. In the beginning, pumupunta pa yung taga-heart center para mag-operate ng cases. Pero ngayon, nakasustain na sila kasi may graduates na from heart center that are doing the operation there. So ganun din sa Vicente Soto, sa Cebu. Nung umpisa pumupunta doon, but now they're doing their own heart operation, and also in Davao. So ito yung proseso. We will be training people also that will eventually provide these services to those. And sabi nga nung isang congressman sa akin, ang hirap yung pinapapunta pa sa Manila yung family for these operations in heart center. But it's very easy kung doon sa province mismo ginagawa, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. We wish you all the best. No? It's good to know that your plans, medyo marami tayong challenges, Mr. Chair, lalo na sa specialty centers, training of the specialists in the respective areas, no, where the specialty centers will be established. So we wish you all the luck, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Salamat, Senator JB. Si Senator JB po ang principal sponsor ng Universal Healthcare Law, no, during the 17th Congress. Kaya napaka-importante po yan kay Senator JB. And then nung 18th Congress naman po, ako bilang inyong chairman po ng Committee on Health. Alam niyo yung challenge sa panahon ng pandemya at naging parte ka po dyan, Secretary Herbosa. Kaya ako, full support po ako sa inyo. Andyan po yung continuity ng mga programs po ng ating Department of Health. And speaking about Regional Specialty Centers, Republic Act 11959, papasalamat po ako sa mga kasama natin sa Kongreso at sa Senado. At proud po akong banggitin sa inyo na 24-0 po ang boto nito dito sa Senado, dahil alam nilang makakatulong po ito sa mga kababayan nating mga mahirap, bilang inyong principal sponsor at co-author, at priority po ito ni Pangulong Bongbong Marcos, priority po ito ni Senate President Migs Zubiri bilang kanyang promise nung nakaraang taon. At nabanggit po parati na hindi lang naman po sa Metro Manila yung may karamdaman ng sakit sa puso, lung, cancer, kidney, neonatal, mental. 17 po itong specialty centers na ating inaprubahan, kung saan po i-institutionalize natin sa multi-year plan of the government. kung saan po pwede nang operahan sa puso, halimbawa sa Zamboanga, hindi na nila kailangan bumiyahe rito sa Metro Manila from Tacloban, doon na po operahan sa mga existing DOH regional hospitals. At masaya rin po ako na yearly, no, nagkakaroon po ng increase ang budget nito from 6 billion sa 2023. Next year, ang proposed budget is about 10 billion. And pagdating po ng 2025, ang plano po ng DOH, I heard, ay through another source, no, mas tataas pa, pupondohan pa. At magamit po kaagad yung pondo sa pagpapatayo ng mga specialty centers sa mga existing DOH hospitals. So asahan niyo po bilang inyong chairman ng Committee on Health, susuporta po ako rito na ma-implement po ito ng maayos itong multi-year plan ng ating gobyerno. Kaya po natin isinabatas Republic Act 11959. And before we recognize Congressman Marcoleta, sir, isang ano lang po, merong lumalapit rin po sa amin ditong mga pasyente na natatanggihan po sa mga hospitals. Ano bang step ang ginagawa ninyo rito? Lalong-lalo na po yung mga cases na emergency cases na di ba bawal pong tanggihan sila?
Yes, Mr. Chair, bawal pong tanggihan sila lalo na kung emergency cases. Pero kung non-emergency po, talagang nililipat kung puno po yung Department of Health Hospital. So ini-improve namin yung tinatawag na patient navigation, yung paglipat, at para hindi na sila masayang yung oras, dumiretso dun sa ospital na tatanggap talaga sa kanila. May sistema nang nagawa na ganito sa Region 7 at gusto ko sanang mapalaganap ito sa lahat ng region para hindi na nag-hospital hopping yung ating mga pasyente at diretso na dun sa hospital na tatanggap mismo sa kanila.
Do you have any hotline or desk for this concerns po, Secretary?
Meron tayo sa bawat region. Sa bawat region po. Kasi nung COVID, yun yung ating one referral center. Kinonvert na po namin yan to patient navigation and referral system. Yung iba active, yung iba hindi. So siguro ayusin natin yan, Mr. Chair, para walang pasyenteng matatanggihan sa public hospital.
Salamat, Secretary. May we recognize Congressman Rodante Marcoleta for his manifestation of support.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. I want to make of record by way of manifestation that I really support the appointment or confirmation of Secretary Ted Herbosa. And also to make of record that I'm happy to make a report to you, Mr. Chair, that we arrived at a sort of a modus vivendi. As a matter of fact, I furnished him a draft of an IRR, which I thought is basically premised on the law itself. And in texting back, he agreed that he will comply. The second point is the Conference of Parties number 10 to the World Health Organization and the Framework Control on Tobacco, which will take place in Panama next year, Mr. Chair. And I also texted Secretary Herbosa that I think there is a need for a unifying statement that will be provided or articulated by the Philippine government as a state party, considering that there are agencies that will attend that particular Congress in Panama, namely the DOH, the DFA, even the DTI, and a representative from the House or Congress. Kaya importante po na merong general statement that will come from the DOH in order to unify or to articulate a unified statement that are based on acts of Congress, meaning to say based on the law. Pumayag naman po si Sec. Herbosa, so ang akin pong tingin ay pipirmahan niya yung another general statement na ibibigay ko sa kanya prior to his confirmation today, Mr. Chair. Is my presumption correct, Secretary Herbosa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Congressman Marcoleta for enlightening me regarding the law on the vape. So we will comply with the implementation and operationalization of Section 12K of Republic Act 11900, and we'll also have a common position for the Framework Convention of Parties of the Framework Convention and Tobacco Control of WHO. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Salamat po, Congressman Marcoleta, sa iyong suporta po. May we recognize our Vice Chair, Congressman Guico, for his manifestation of support.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a manifestation of support for the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Secretary Teodoro Herbosa of the Department of Health. I fully support the confirmation of Secretary Teodoro Herbosa as our new Secretary of Health. A veteran in the field of medicine, not only is he rich in professional experience, but also has the will and determination to pursue innovative solutions in addressing the most pressing problems with regards to our health sector. May the good Secretary succeed in all his good efforts. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
May we recognize Congressman G.P. Pajeros.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is not a question, Mr. Chair. This is a manifestation of support. Good morning, Mr. Chair, at sa lahat po na nandito. Masasabi po natin na minsan pong naglingkod na bilang Health Undersecretary ang ating pong nominee mula po 2010 hanggang 2015 sa ilalim po ng administrasyon ni former President Aquino. Karagdagan din po rito, ang ating nominee ay nanungkulan rin bilang advisor ng National Task Force sa ilalim ng administrasyon ng ating pong former President Rodrigo Duterte sa pagpuksa ng coronavirus dito po sa ating bansa simula 2020 at 2021. Dahil po dito at sa kanyang mga nagawa na sa departamento at mga kabutihan pa para sa ating mga kababayan, binibigay ko po ang buong suporta ko sa appointment ng ating nominee bilang Secretary of Health. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Salamat. May we recognize Congressman Biron for his manifestation of support.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This representation fully support the confirmation of our secretary. But Sec, if you recall, one of our policy discussions involved the problem of this government that to date we lack 150,000 beds, short of what is prescribed by the World Health Organization. And I believe that in one of those discussions, I even suggested that if we can adopt the Turkish model, where government doesn't have to spend money, capital expenditure is limited because government opted to undertake a PPP with existing private operators of health centers. And I think that model might be applicable in the Philippines, considering the lack of funds that not even in our lifetime that we'll be able to meet this shortage of hospital beds. So I hope that in your tenure for the next 5 years, you would seriously consider this particular option. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
May we recognize Congressman Abet Garcia for his manifestation of support.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to our colleagues, kay Secretary Herbosa. In solidarity with the House position, hindi na po ako magtatanong kay Secretary, and I would like to manifest my support for the confirmation of the good Secretary. I believe that his vast experience, knowledge, and dedication with regards to health will make him competent at the helm of the Department of Health. Gusto ko lang po i-reiterate yung aming concern sa lalawigan ng Bataan with regards to the Republic Act 11453 or the expansion of powers of the Freeport area of Bataan. Gusto ko lang pong paliwanag, because of in-country migration, it really causes disruption with the health, education, and all the sectors in communities around the country. Pinag-uusapan po natin kanina yung distribution of health facilities all around the country. Pero tingnan din po natin kung saan pumupunta yung migration, where the economic activities are located and these people are seeking jobs and they cause much disruption in the locality. So yung mga workers po dito sa Freeport ay hindi lang po taga Bataan, kundi taga Mindanao, taga Visayas, taga Southern, Central, and Northern Luzon. So imagine thousands of workers coming in. It will really cause a major disruption in all the sectors, particularly yung health sector. That's why the wisdom of the law ng Republic Act 11453 is really for DOH to put up a tertiary hospital. And I think pumasa na po sa legal ng DOH, and I hope ma-implement na po ito. Having said that, again, I would like to reiterate my support for the confirmation of the good secretary as Department Secretary of the DOH. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Salamat. Would like to recognize Congressman Gasataya.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Magandang umaga sa lahat. I'd like to manifest also my support for the confirmation of Secretary Herbosa. I'd like to reiterate also that he has been giving his full commitment for the implementation of the Republic Act, which there's a presentation authored together with the good chair, Senator Go, for the implementation or the construction of the Bacolod City General Hospital. I'd like to manifest our appreciation and like to mention that this is a very important law which will help the city of Bacolod, and also his commitment to address the concerns of health workers in Bacolod, which were not able to receive their HEA, as well as the commitment of the good secretary that they will consider Corazon Locsin Hospital to also be a specialty hospital on that part of the country, Honorable Chair. So maraming salamat at magandang umaga po.
Wala na po. Would like to recognize and thank Senator Nancy Binay and Senator Rizon Tuberos. Kahit hindi na po mandatory ang pagsusuot ng face mask, suot nyo pa rin face mask. And of course, Senator Tol Tolentino. At sa lahat po ng mga Department of Health officials natin, no, susuot pa rin sila ng face mask. Salamat sa inyong sakripisyo. Lahat po ng mga USEC, Yusek David, Yusek Perere, Yusek Ronquillo, Yusek Taino, Yusek Tayag, ating dancing doctor, Yusek Laksamana, Yusek Balboa, lahat po ng mga ASEC sa Gorgolon, Sharade. Go ahead.
Since nabanggit mo yung pagsusuot ng mask, siguro gusto ko lang tanongin kay Secretary kung nire-recommenda niya ulit para sa ating mga kababayan ang pagsusuot muli ng mask, kasi 'di ba meron yung sakit na tinatamaan ng mga bata ngayon sa China, and alam naman natin na parang may upsurge ngayon ng COVID. Mismo ang ating presidente positive ngayon, dito sa Senado ilang kasamahan din namin ng positive. So siguro yun lang gusto natin marinig kay Secretary Herbosa.
Go ahead, Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We recommend optional wearing of masks for people who are high risk, elderly, people in places which are enclosed, kagaya itong meeting room na to na maraming tao. It would be a good practice to also wear your mask, especially if you are prone to illnesses. And then of course, yung children, pag may sakit sila, wag na silang papasukin. Let them stay at home so that they will not infect the other children. It is really the season for respiratory illness. Maraming party, maraming Christmas celebration, at kuminsan nagkakawan. Kung kayo naman may ubo sipon, wag na kayo mag-attend ng party. Kasi baka mahawan niyo pa ibang members of the of that celebration. And then, of course, talagang let's watch our health. Reminders to all our people during Christmas season. Pareho pa rin. Kung ano yung bawal sa inyo, bawal pa rin po. Kasi maraming sinasabi na this is the time of the year. Once lang, kakain sila ng bawal sa kanila. Nauuwi sila sa ospital po.
I agree with you, Secretary Ted. Kung hindi naman po sagabal sa ating mga kababayan na magsuot ng face mask, magsuot pa rin kayo. Dahil delikado ang panahon ngayon. Tumataas talaga yung kaso ng influenza at yung mga high risk nga po, delikado. So salamat sa yung concern, Secretary Ted Herbosa, at sa lahat ng mga kababayan natin. Mga empleyado po ng DOH, salamat po sa inyong suporta sa ating mga kababayan. Are there any other members who would want to ask questions to the Secretary? If there are none, may we call on our Majority Floor Leader?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kaya po walang mask ang mga congressman dahil pinamigay na po namin lahat ng mga mask namin sa aming mga kababayan. Mr. Chair, I move to recommend to the plenary for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointment of Mr. Teodoro Javier Herbosa as Secretary of the Department of Health.
There is a motion to recommend to the plenary for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointment of Secretary Teodoro Javier Herbosa as Secretary of the Department of Health. Is there any objection?
Tagal
There being none, the same is hereby approved. Majority Floor Leader?
Mr. Chair, there being no other matters to discuss, I move to adjourn the meeting.
On motion of the Majority Floor Leader, duly seconded. There being no objection, the meeting is hereby adjourned.
the first meeting of the Committee on Agriculture of the Commission on Appointments in the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
The honorable officers and members of the Committee on Agriculture. Vice Chairperson, Senator Cynthia A. Villar.
Present. Present.
Present. Members, Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy S. Binay. Representative Virginel G. Biron, MD. Senator Francis Cheese G. Escudero. Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada. Representative Greg G. Gasataya. Senator Christopher Bong Tigo. Senator Risa Ontiveros. Senator Legarda. Representative Oscar Oka G. Malapitan. Senator Amy R. Marcos. Representative Lani Mercado Revilla. Senator Grace Poe. Representative Jordin Jesus M. Romualdo. Representative Manuel T. Sagarbaria. Senator Francis Tol N. Tolentino. Our ex-officio members, Vice Chairperson, Representative Ramon N. Guico Jr. Majority Floor Leader, Representative Luis Raymond L. Ray F. Villafuerte Jr. Assistant Majority Floor Leader, Senator Joseph Victor G. Ejercito. Assistant Majority Floor Leader, Representative Rodante D. Marcoleta. Minority Floor Leader, Senator Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano. Assistant Minority Floor Leader, Representative Jose Gay G. Padiernos. Assistant Minority Floor Leader, Representative Johnny T. Pimentel. The committee chairperson is present.
With 16 members present, including the chair, the existence of a quorum is hereby declared. May we now ask the appointee, Secretary Laurel, to please take the designated seat in front. Thank you. Vice Chair Guico, Vice Chair Villar, distinguished members of the Committee on Agriculture of the Commission on Appointments, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Magandang umaga din po sa lahat ng mga stakeholders. Lahat po tayo ay mga stakeholders sa sektor ng agrikultura dahil ang pagkain ay pangunahing pangangailangan ng lahat. Food security and the rising prices of foods tops the list of President BBM's priority upon the assumption of office. He took it upon himself to handle the cabinet portfolio until the final appointment of Secretary of Agriculture. That is for the consideration of this committee this morning. The ad interim appointment of Mr. Francisco P. Tiu Laurel Jr. as Secretary of the Department of Agriculture. In the second State of the Nation address last July 24, the President outlined the roadmap to achieve food security. And to quote the President, our goal is to boost our local agricultural production through consolidation, modernization, and improvement of the value chain, augmented by timely and calibrated importation as needed. In our quest for food security, our methods are now more guided by science and the balance of nature, so that production is both sustainable and responsible, benefiting this and the future generations. End of quote. Ganyan po ka-importante ang sektor ng agrikultura na ating dinidinig ngayong umaga. With that, Madam Secretary, Attorney Villarica, please inform the committee of the compliance of the jurisdictional requirements regarding the ad interim appointment of Mr. Francisco P. Tiu Laurel Jr. as Secretary of the Department of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. The ad interim appointment of Secretary Laurel dated November 5, 2023 was received by the Secretariat on November 8, 2023. The same was published in 2 newspapers of general circulation on November 10, 2023, and broadcast over PTB4 also on said date, pursuant to Section 2, Article 2 of the Rules of the Standing Committees. Secretary Laurel's ad interim appointment was referred to the Committee on Agriculture on November 8, 2023 by the Commission Chairperson, Senate President Juan Migs F. Zubiri, pursuant to Section 16, Chapter 5 of the new rules of the Commission. Secretary Laurel was notified to submit complete mandatory requirements on November 13, 2023, and on November 22, 2023, Secretary Laurel complied and submitted the mandatory requirements pursuant to Section 24, Chapter 6 of the new rules of the Commission. Further, your Secretariat received today, December 5, 2023, an endorsement letter from Mr. Roberto G. Valerio, Executive Director of the Industrial Group of Zamboanga Incorporated, IGZI, manifesting his support for the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Secretary Laurel. Copies of the said letter were electronically furnished to the committee members and the appointee. Finally, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, your Secretariat has not received any opposition against the appointee under consideration today. That is all, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The Secretary is likewise directed to please administer the oath to the appointee.
Secretary Laurel, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? So help you God.
I do.
Mr. Chairman, the appointee is now under oath.
Thank you. Please take your seat. Secretary Laurel, you are now recognized and you may proceed with your introductory statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Honorable Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri, the Honorable Chairman Representative Garcia, the Honorable Members of the Commission on Appointments, the CA Secretariat, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga po. Over a month ago, I accepted the appointment of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. to take his place as Secretary of Agriculture. For over a year, the President held on the post to focus on this long neglected sector. This is how important agriculture is to him. Today, I humbly submit my appointment for your confirmation. Respectfully, let me introduce myself. Ako po si Francisco Tiu Laurel Jr. Tulad ng maraming Pilipino, mahalaga sa akin ang aking pamilya. My parents started a small fishing company a year before I was born. They intended this mom and pop company to sustain their growing family. They started with one second-hand deep sea trawler in Navotas. When I was 28 years old, I took over the reins of the company. Today, our fleet, or the family's fleet, has grown to over 150 vessels with a workforce of 7,000, serving the seafood needs of people all over the world. With service as a core value, the company has branched out to other endeavors. I am now 56 and I've been called to serve the country, to lead it out of high food prices, low food production, broken food supply chains, lack of irrigation, cold storage and dry storage facilities, and credit to the farmers. And other key inputs, and with an aging farmer and fisher folk. Add climate change and geopolitical disruptions to this mix, and the task to feed all 118 million Filipinos becomes even more daunting. But I view these problems as a challenge, and I shall apply my knowledge and experience in building a diversified global company to this achievable goal. I shall apply these lessons to serve our larger family of the Filipino people. Mahalaga ang tamang pagbasa ng paligid. Awareness of what's going on around us allows us to make quick and sound decisions. For what is happening on the ground, kailangan ng constant communication sa ating mga magsasaka at mangingisda. For the big picture, ibabalik natin ang pagkuha ng tamang datas o statistics. Nagbubunga ang tiyaga, sabi ng Biblia, farmers who wait for perfect weather never plant. If they watch every cloud, they never harvest. Kaya naman, we will create a climate of timely government assistance for our Filipino farmers and fisher folks. In terms of access to easy, non-usurious credit, reachable and sustainable market, and applicable portable technology. Natutunan ko na dapat na rin humingi ng tulong. Kaya parang natutunan ko disiplina na humingi ng tulong. Humility and faith in fellow journeymen take discipline because we cannot do it alone. I abide by the oft-repeated whole of country and whole of society approach. The boat will never get anywhere if we paddle in different directions. We will get the help of biologists, data scientists, and academe in dealing with the avian flu, African swine fever, red tide poisoning, as well as disease-resistant varieties, El Niño adaptable seeds, and organic fertilizers. We will tap the national and even international law enforcers in stopping food hoarders, price manipulators, and smugglers. Yan po ang mahigpit na bilin ni Pangulo. Linisin ang DA, go after the smugglers, and increase food production. As a former chairman of the World Tuna Purseine or Boat Owners Association, I have seen firsthand the dire consequences of setting aside the issue of sustainability. Yet sustainability encompasses every aspect of human existence and thus needs a collective understanding, commitment, and action of every sector of society now and every day. Isang karangalan po na maging lingkod bayan ng pamilyang Pilipino. Kaya naman, nangangako akong gagawin ko ang aking makakaya para muling mapasigla ang agrikultura. Sabi nga ng tatay ko, laging dapat ingatan ang aming pangalan dahil aming pangalan at dangal ang nakataya. Makakaasa po kayong pananatiliin kong malinis at maayos ang aking panunungkulan bilang kalihim. Malinaw ang utos ni Pangulong Bongbong Marcos, bolster food production and modernize agriculture, which is a crucial pillar in building bagong Pilipinas. Ang gusto niya, may sapat, masustansya at masarap na pagkain, mabibili sa tamang halaga ng ating mga kababayan. My vision for agriculture is to make it sustainable, profitable, and appealing to the younger generation. While rice production remains a priority, I see vast potential in livestock, poultry, fisheries, and high-value crops, including seaweeds, food that demand government support. Thus, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairperson, I humbly submit for your study and decision my appointment as Secretary of the Department of Agriculture. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Secretary Laurel. Before we proceed, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our Senate President, Juan Miguel Migs F. Subiri. And also, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada. Good morning. Dear colleagues, the appointee is now ready to respond to any question, comments, or clarification from the committee members. May I first recognize Congressman Rodante Marcoleta for his questions.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Magandang umaga po, Mr. Secretary. Gusto ko pong malaman kung magkano po yung production capacity ng palay ng ating bansa sa isang taon, Mr. Secretary.
Uh, 20 million metric tons as of the moment.
20 million metric tons per year po.
Yes, sir.
Yun naman pong consumption, yung demand po natin, mga magkano po?
Last year, yung almost 20 million metric tons na ating na-produce, nakapag-import pa tayo ng 3.8 million tons, so 23.8 million metric tons.
Ang ibig pong sabihin,
Na-consume.
Mr. Secretary, yung consumption po natin ngayon mas malaki kesa po dun sa naipoproduce natin. Ganun po ba?
Yes, Mr. Yes, Your Honor.
So sa makatwid, Mr. Chair, kailangan talaga pala nating palakasin yung ating agriculture para sa ganun po ay makapag-produce tayo enough for our national consumption na hindi tayo nag-i-import, Mr. Secretary. Tama po ba?
Yes.
Kung mas malaki po ang production natin, ay hindi na tayo mag-i-import.
Yes, Your Honor.
Katulad po kasi ng, pero po yung consumption po ba ay validated po ng Department of Agriculture o yung datos po natin ay nanggagaling lamang sa PSA?
From what I understand, Your Honor, is PSA, Your Honor.
Kaya ko po naitanong ito, Mr. Chair, kasi parang hindi po ako masyadong nagtitiwala sa mga datos kung nanggagaling po sa PSA, mawalang galang na po sa kanila. Sapagkat nung pong kami ay nagsisiyasat tungkol dun sa problema natin sa sibuyas, ay yung pong mga basihan nila sa national consumption masyado pong mataas. Ipinalalagay po nila na halimbawa 1.4 nakalimutan ko na po yung unit nila. Pero ang basihan po nila 114 million Pilipinos ay kumakain na po ng sibuyas. Yang sabi ko po sa kanila, Mr. Chair, yung sanggol po hindi pa kumakain ng sibuyas. Palagay ko yung mga kabataan between 1 to 12 hindi pa kumakain ng sibuyas. Sa makatwid, napakalaki po ng estimate nila kung pag-uusapan ay consumption. Kaya po ako'y naniniwala, dapat sana ay magkaroon po ng isang reliable na ahensya sa ilalim po ng DA na siya po yung mag-estimate talaga yung ating national production. At natutukoy po nila, Mr. Chair, yung physical inventory po, lalong-lalo na po yung tungkol sa bigas. Sapagkat kung hindi po natin tukoy na tukoy yung inventaryo natin ng bigas, ay magpupulong lang po yung mga ahensya ng DA. Sasabihin nila na kulang na po yung bigas natin, mag-import tayo. Sila-sila lang ang gumagawa po ng desisyon. Hindi natin natutukoy po na talagang walang-wala na po pala tayo ng bigas. Pero napaglalalangan tayo sapagkat mag-i-import sila kahit meron pa pala. So wala po kasing nagmo-monitor at hindi po nakabatay sa tamang pagkakatala yung physical inventory po natin ng palay. Yun po yung palaging nagiging problema, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, Your Honor. What we plan to do is create an office for agricultural statistics plus i-improve ho yung gawing mandatory lahat ng registration ng lahat ng warehouse that will be storing rice and sugar and other products para strictly ma-monitor, and we will require everybody to do regular reporting, Your Honor.
Tama po yun. Ako po ay natutuwa kung gagawa po, i-revive po ninyo yung Bureau of Agricultural Statistics. Pero ako po ay naniniwala baka kakailanganin po nyo ng legislation para magawa yun. At kami naman po ay nakahandang tumulong sa inyo. Maiwasto lamang po natin yung mga datos na gagamitin po ninyo sapagkat napaka-importante po na verifiable ang mga datos po natin para sa ganun ang pagdidesisyon po ninyo ay palaging nakabatay po sa katwiran at saka makatotohanan pong mga figures. Mr. Chair, gusto ko rin pong tanungin ang ating secretary tungkol po sa kalagayan ng ating asukal. Ano po? Kasi po alam nating lahat na noon po tayo ay isang bansang nag-export ng asukal. And at that time, I believe 20% po ng ating export value ay nanggagaling nga po sa asukal. Hanggang sa dumating po tayo sa panahong ito na talagang importer na lamang po tayo. At kung hindi po ako nagkakamali, Mr. Chair, next year po baka mag-import tayo ng about 500,000 metric tons po ng asukal. Tama po ba yung aking ikinatatakot, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, based on estimates namin with SRA, which we've been meeting for the last 2 weeks, we feel that next year we don't need to import too much sugar dahil this year medyo naparami ng konti yung importation ng sugar at marami pang stocks ngayon sa market. So ang assessment ng industry and DA with SRA maybe conservatively baka kailangan mag-import baka 200,000 lang, assuming there are no adverse weather conditions that we face, Mr. Chairman.
You have to temper your expectations a little bit, Mr. Secretary, kasi ang alam ko po sa ngayon, out of 27 sugar mills that we have, mga 5 lamang po yung masasabi nating efficient, meaning to say they are able to had a milling recovery of about, well, it's very low by certain standards, 1.81 kilograms. Kung ikukumpara po sa mga ibang bansa katulad ng Thailand, ang recovery rate po nila ng sugar ay about 2.1. At ang ating pong capacity parang 58 tons compared to about 71 sa Thailand. Medyo inefficient po yung ating mga sugar mills, Mr. Secretary. Palagay ko po ay kailangang ma-audit yung ibang mga sugar mills kung bakit ganun po kababa yung kanilang efficiency. Para sa ganun ay wag na po tayong mag-import ng sugar, Mr. Secretary. Kayo naman po kasi ang ex-officio chairman ng SRA sa ilalim po ng batas, kaya meron po kayong kapangyarihang tingnan lahat ito. Tama po ba, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, we will do the audit as you have suggested, and I agree with that move, sir.
At ako po ay umaasa, Mr. Chair, na sana po sa mga darating na forum talagang wag na tayong mag-import sapagkat kung tutuusin po ay marami tayong mapagtatamnan ng lupa. Siguro po ang pinaka-importante lang rito ay magkaroon tayo ng cluster farming na hindi masisino natin lahat kung ano po yung mga lugar na pwedeng tamnan ng makakain katulad ng iba't iba pang pagkaing ugat, hindi lamang palay. Kasi po meron tayong substitute, Mr. Chair. Meron po tayong mga kababayan na masasabi nating corn eating regions, meron pong cassava eating regions. Kung isasama po natin ang mga iba pang pagkaing ugat na makakapagbigay ng alternative sa ating pagkaing bigas, ay gusto ko pong paniwalaan na sa mga darating na panahon sa inyo pong pagsubaybay sa DA, Mr. Secretary, ay wag na tayong mag-import ng bigas. Siguro rin po ay kailangan nating makita, Mr. Chair, yung rate po ng conversion po ng ating mga agricultural lands po. Ang nangyayari po kasi, Mr. Chair, mula po nung nagkaroon tayo ng local government code, yung devolution po, Mr. Secretary, ay nakatulong para yung implementasyon po ay hindi talaga masundan mabuti ng DA. Sapagkat ang inyo pong mga opisina ay hanggang regional levels lamang po. Totoo naman po yun. Sa makatwid, Mr. Chair, kung ang pondo po ay nanggaling sa national, pagdating na po sa opisina ng gobernador at saka nung mayor ay wala na pong masyadong pakialam ang DA, lalong-lalo na po dun sa mga lugar, mga probinsya na medyo yung agriculture ay walang masyadong aktibidad doon. Pero meron pong mga mas maraming probinsya po na mababa yung kanilang ira, ngunit yung kanilang agriculture areas ay mas marami po. Meron nga po kami nakausap, Mr. Chair, sa may bandang probinsya ng Quezon. Isa lamang po yung municipal agriculturist nila, Mr. Secretary, samantalang ang barangay po nila ay 15. So ako po ay naniniwala, Mr. Chair, na yung pong isang municipal agriculturist ay hindi po niya kaya sigurong alalayan ng 15 barangay. Ngunit sa ilalim po kasi ng setup ng devolution, talaga pong, Mr. Chair, makikita natin, sinasabi nga nila na ang Secretary ng Agriculture parang general po kayo pero wala kayong army. Kasi hanggang doon lang po kayo sa region. Yung pag-i-implement po, hindi nyo na po matitingnan kung nasa probinsya at saka munisipyo na lang. So ito po ang napakarami po sigurong alalahanin na pagsisikapan po ninyong ayusin para maipundar po natin ang lahat ng bagay tungo po dun sa self-sufficiency na po ng ating bansa. Napaka-importante po, lalo na yung pagkaing bigas. Matawagin nga po nila ito isang political commodity. Kapag ito po ay naging sufficiente tayo, yung po kasing food security is synonymous to national security, Mr. Secretary. Huwag na po tayong umasa sa ating makaratig bansa katulad ng halimbawa ng Thailand, ng Vietnam, at saka ng Cambodia. Sapagkat Mr. Chair, itong mga bansang ito may problema din kapag kinontrol po ng China yung Mekong River. Nagkakaroon din po sila ng problema dyan. Pati nga po yung pangingisda po ng Cambodia do sa Lower Mekong River, problema na rin po eh. So importante po in the future sana, ang panalangin po namin, Mr. Secretary, sa ilalim po ng inyong pamamahala ay magkaroon na po tayo ng self-sufficiency sa ating bansa. Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, yes, that is our goal, and we'll try our best to achieve it at the soonest possible time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Congressman Marcoleta. Before we hear from our colleagues in the Senate, I would like to recognize our Majority Floor Leader for a quick manifestation. Congressman El Rey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The issue of agriculture productivity and sustainability is very complex, especially in the context of our country. However, we are very confident that the appointee, the Honorable Secretary, will quickly act on these concerns. We have conversed with him in several occasions and is able to competently answer this question. So, Mr. Chair, on behalf of the House contingent, the 12-member strong contingent, we will no longer ask any more questions, and we would like to express our full support to the appointee. There is no question about his competence and integrity. That's why I would like to manifest again that the 12-member House contingent will no longer ask questions and fully support his appointment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Majority Leader Villafuerte, for your manifestation. We now recognize Senator Villar, who I believe is online. She is the Vice Chairperson of this committee. Senator Villar, you are recognized. Ayan. Vice Chair Villar, you are recognized. Ma'am, I think you are on mute. Paki-unmute. Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Vice Chair Villar, we can hear you. Please
Okay.
proceed.
Mr. Chair and esteemed colleagues, the reclamation projects in Manila Bay's Bacoor, Las Piñas, and Parañaque areas will undoubtedly lead to the disastrous flooding by impeding the flow of the waters of Zapote, Las Piñas, Parañaque, and Molino rivers of Bacoor draining into the bay. This confinement will definitely escalate the floods intensified by climate change with its more severe storms and rising tides. For 2 decades, I have worked tirelessly to rehabilitate the Zapote, Las Piñas, and Molino rivers through daily cleaning and consistent dredging to safeguard our residents from floods. I have also built 40 kilometers of river drive, 10 kilometers along the Las Piñas River, 20 kilometers along Zapote River, and 10 kilometers along Molino River of Bacoor to enable the continuous cleaning of the rivers. Yet these reclamation projects will undo all these flood prevention efforts. Moreover, these reclamation projects encroach upon the buffer zone of the Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park, which is both a legislated protected area under the expanded NIPAS Act of 2018, RA 11038, and a wetland of international importance under the Ramsar Convention, to which the Philippines is a signatory. The wetland park's 36-hectare mangrove forest is crucial in affording protection to the nearby communities against intense weather events like high tides, sea level rise, storm surges, and flooding, and in supporting the marine life of Manila Bay, including its function as one of the biggest spawning ground of fishes in Manila Bay. This reclamation also endangers the livelihood of thousands of fisher folks who rely on the waters of Manila Bay for their means of living and sustenance. To my surprise, the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, which is under the Department of Agriculture, has issued letters of no objection to the Bacoor reclamation projects. It is good, though, that no such non-objection document was issued by the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources for the Las Piñas Parañaque reclamation projects. Secretary Laurel, you have privately acknowledged the serious concerns I have about the reclamation projects and told me that you understand my point of view and promised me that you will not let it happen. I now call on you for your public commitment not to pursue these projects, thereby ensuring our discussions lead to concrete action for the greater good. I want your answer, please.
Madam Chair, thank you for your question. Well, basically, yung discussions that you are holding me to, I agree with your point. I understand where you're coming from. And as we discussed, ang alam ko itutuloy lang yung sa inner island na portion. As you have also relayed na walang issue sa inyo yun.
Yung sinasabi nating inner portion is before Cavitex. That's
Yes, ma'am.
the land before Cavitex, the water before Cavitex. And if you are going to do that, I appreciate it very much. Thank you for your consideration, and I hope you will be with me in helping prevent these disastrous things and to help the fishing in Manila Bay. Marami pong salamat.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Senator Villar. Any other senators who would like to ask questions? Yes, Senator Hontiveros, you're recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair, at magandang umaga po, Mr. Secretary. Sorry. Okay. Tulad po ng lahat natin, malapit po sa akin ang sektor ng magsasaka at mangingisda. Kaya matagal ko nang sinasabi na hindi ito part-time job na bibigyang pansin lamang kung kailan maisipan. Kailangan ng tutok at malasakit, panahon at kakayahan sa harap ng sunod-sunod na kontrobersyang tumama sa sektor mula nung pumasok ang kasalukuyang administrasyon. Gusto kong simulan ng pagtatanong sa inyo, Mr. Secretary, with the organizational situation and reforms at the DA. Mr. Secretary, malaki ang tiwala ng Pangulo sa paghirang sa inyo bilang kapalit niya. Pwede po bang ibahagi niyo sa amin kung ano ang inyong marching orders mula sa kanya? Kanina sinabi niyo mahigpit ang bilin nila tungkol sa linisin ng DA, go after smugglers, and increase productivity. Ano po yung mga reformang inaasahan niyang gagawin ninyo sa kagawaran ng agrikultura?
Mr. Chair, first we have to reorganize the DA. From the org chart pa lang, we have a new org chart that we'll be presenting to the DA family by January para malinaw yung line, chain of command. So streamlining. Of course, we also have a system. We need to change some of the systems to make it more investor-friendly, business-friendly, and fisher-folk and farm-friendly. We have to fix din the database for the farmers list, and fisher-folks. Dahil maraming yata hindi nasa listahan pa. So, then, of course, we will also have some changes in basically sa digitalization. That is very crucial. We have to digitalize to get accurate information on all aspects of agriculture. So that's to name a few, Mr. Chair.
Salamat, Mr. Secretary, and also for the fact na it's not too few. So, medyo malaman na yung unang sagot nyo, something for the committee to really sink our teeth into. At salamat na kasama sa mga sinabi nyong mas magiging friendly ang department ay farmers and fisher folk friendly. Hindi palaging sinasabi yon, and it's a great example na sa cabinet trying to reflect and balance competing interests na tamang dapat ang Department of Agriculture ang champion para sa farmers at fisher folk. So salamat para dun sa yung pagnanais nyo na maging mas farmer and fisher folk friendly ang DA. Now, dako na po sa susunod na tanong tungkol sa underspending. Kayo po ay isang kilalang negosyante, Mr. Secretary. Bago halimbawa bilihin o mag-assume ng control sa isang kumpanya lang kumpara sa isang kagawaran, standard operating procedure na gawin yung due diligence sa kalagayan yan. Na-brief na po ba kayo sa budget utilization ng inyong department?
Your Honor, yes, na-brief na ako, ma'am.
And this question's very important to me, Mr. Secretary, because in the past 5 years, the budget of DA more than doubled from 47.3 billion pesos in 2019 to 98.86 billion pesos in 2023. However, in the last 5 years, also, the budget utilization or disbursement rate has never gone beyond 80%. And this year, at the end of the third quarter, it's only at 63.8%. Of course, having been appointed only in early November, I know the Secretary is not responsible for these figures. Pero ano po yung plano ng Good Secretary para i-address yung underspending simula sa 2024? Ano yung inyong target sa 2024? At kapag kinonfirm para sa mga susunod na taon, ano po yung mga targets?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor. Tama ho kayo na double ho yung budget, no? But yung manpower nga was actually the same. So, like that, coming 2024, medyo lumaki pa yung budget ng konti. But I guess we really need more manpower to implement these things eh. From my assessment, medyo kulang. Personal assessment ko, while only 30 days in office, medyo kulang yung manpower. But of course, that will be requested sa maybe DBM and the new plantilla. So that's what we're aiming for. As for an update, no, yung current na obligate na is 81% as of November 30. Pero kasi dun sa figures, official figures, lalabas na 70% lang. Because we were just recently given a 12 billion fund from the rice tariffication na pumasok. But this will be for the farmers. This will be dispersed na next week. So as of the moment, the reality because of that 12 billion fund is 70. But by next week, pag lumabas na yun sa amin, it will be 81% na. Moving forward for 2024, I have instructed yung DA family na kailangan ma-obligate ito as much as possible, hopefully almost everything by June next year, no? Yan ang target, personal target ko. Of course, I might be aiming too high, but at least that's my target and I'll try to achieve that the way best I can. Thank you, ma'am.
Salamat, Secretary. Mas okay siguro to aim too high than to aim too low. Kasi pag nag-aim too high man, bumaba doon ng kaunti or kahit more than kaunti, makakatama pa rin sa respectableng level or even better than the previous years. So, I suppose doon sa una niyong binanggit kanina na reorganization at bagong organizational chart na ipipresent niyo sa January, doon masasalamin yung dagdag na human resources ninyo. Alright? At yung sa new plantilla. So sabi nyo nga sa ngayon, malapit na kayong umabot sa obligation level percentage of 81%, which is actually the average performance in the past 5 years. Oh no, it's a little better, but only a little. Kasi past 5 years, hindi pa po lumalampas sa 80%. So ngayon, nasa at 81% na kayo. So hopefully, within the next, itong remaining month of the year, makataas pa. And then, I wish you the best dun sa possibly too high target nyo of obligating by middle of next year. Kasi then that will hopefully produce better spending overall by end of 2024. Dako naman po ako, Secretary, dun sa COA observations at yung sugar order number 6. Na-brief na po ba ang Secretary sa COA audit observations para sa mga taong 2022 at iba pang mga taon? Before the Secretary answers that, gusto ko lang iput on record na yung 2022 COA audit report raised the following issues. These are some of the issues that were raised. 24.25 billion pesos unliquidated transfers to implementing agencies and NGOs. Undistributed, 855,493 bags of seeds and 2,088 various mechanization equipment procured under the RCEF. issues with fund utilization and implementation of FMR projects, such as the slow completion of 402 FMR projects with a total contract cost of 5.75 billion pesos funded between 2018 to 2022. Unpaid obligations worth 3.2 billion pesos from 2016 to 2022, despite the availability of funds. And ito pa po, non-implementation, lack of management, and monitoring of ASEF, evidenced by 4.82 billion pesos worth of past due accounts, which have not yet been collected by the Land Bank, and 213.13 million pesos of the total 460 million peso fund transfers from R&D between 2019 and 2022 remain unliquidated. And 284.14 million pesos unutilized funds earmarked for the implementation of the Coconut Farmers and Industry Development Program. Just sayang, reverted to Treasury due to delayed submission of documentary requirements to DBM and the Bureau of Treasury. So going back to the issue of unliquidated funds, our reading of the COA audit report suggests that this seems to be a perennial problem in DA. The nearly 25 billion pesos unliquidated funds transferred to various entities I mentioned earlier is a case not only of failure to liquidate. It appears that even internally, this has been an institutional weakness, along with non-compliance with procurement rules. There are also unliquidated cash advances for local and foreign travels of DA officials and staff amounting to 207.76 million pesos flagged by COA. On top of these two cases, there is also an unliquidated amount of 99 million pesos to the PSDBM. At huli tungkol dito po sa COA report, yung sa farm-to-market roads na hindi malaman kung nagawa ba o hindi, sa budget na yan ng 5.7 billion pesos, makakagawa na po ng daan mula Quezon City hanggang Sorsogon. 575 kilometers at 10 million pesos per kilometer. So, ano pong intensyon ng Secretary gawin tungkol sa mga ito? Ano po ang plano nyo na hindi na maulit ito under your watch?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, thank you for the questions. And basically, first of all, it's a sugar order number 6. I was just made aware about a week ago. So, ang immediate action ko dyan is magkaroon ng fact-finding mission to see what really happened and ensure accountability. Of course, once the fact-finding comes out, then I will have to review it strictly and strengthen it, no? And look at the system, strengthen and put control measures in the system para ma-avoid yung similar problem in the future. Yung sa, Your Honor, yung sa FMR na unliquidated the 5 billion, I just got information now that the current status is 5 billion is fully liquidated as of June 2022. So meron pang 4 million that remains unliquidated, which is from 2012, but not part of the 5 billion. For the ASEF naman, and sa coconut, sa travel, and yung 99 million sa DBM, unfortunately, I cannot say that I am aware of this as of the moment. I will definitely look into this and audit it myself, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat, Secretary. So magfa-fact-finding commission or committee kayo tungkol dun sa sugar order number 6. I hope you don't mind if I suggest na baka useful din po tignan nyo yung Blue Ribbon investigation report dito sa Senado. Kalaki po yung minority report on the sugar order number 6 na ginawang bahagi po ng buong committee report. I hope it will be useful sa department sa inyong sariling fact-finding process. At maari tungkol naman po dun sa 5 billion pesos plus na unfinished FMR fund. Sabi niyo po fully liquidated except for 4 million if I heard right. Kung maari pong makahingi through our chair ang komite ng kopya ng liquidation pong iyon.
Your Honor, yes, we will give you a copy, and I would really appreciate a copy of that Blue Ribbon Committee report. Ma'am.
Will do, Secretary. Hingin ko andito kanina si Chair Francis Tolentino. Hingi po ako para mapadala po ng COMSEC sa department nyo, sa office nyo. Salamat po. And lastly, sabi nyo po you would look into the other issues that I mentioned. And moving forward, i-review nyo sa strengthen yung systems to avoid similar problems in the future. Maraming salamat para doon. So that's moving forward. Pero as far as the recent past is concerned, paano po sa tingin nyo mapapanagot yung mga may kagagawa nitong pagwaldas ng pera ng bayan at mga taong nasangkot sa kontrobersya? Halimbawa nga po dun sa Sugar Order number 6 nung nakaraang taon, meron bang papanagutin dito?
Madam, Your Honor, basically, kung may nagsala, dapat talagang parusahan in what legal means available or necessary, Your Honor.
So I hope po pagkatapos ng fact-finding process nyo, mabalitaan din po namin kung ano yung findings at recommendations and any sanctions as provided by law. Salamat po. I filed Senate Resolution 497 investigating Sugar Order number 6, which raised questions into the criteria and policy of the department in issuing sugar orders, as well as possible collusion between government officials and smugglers. The Senate also conducted hearings into amending the anti-agricultural smuggling law. In fact, Sec, kagabi ay ina-amend na nga po itong panukalang batas na ito to include government employees or officials proven to be complicit in smuggling and providing stiffer penalties. These spikes in the prices of these high-value crops, at na-appreciate ko sabi nyo kanina sa inyong introductory statement na gusto nyong mas palawigin pa yung productivity natin in terms also of high-value crops. In particular, yung pagsirit ng presyo ng mga ito, such as onions and sugar, really give opportunities to smugglers and cartels to take advantage of the general public. May bago po bang polisiya ang DA pagdating sa importasyon para maiwasang magkaroon ulit ng sugar fiasco tulad ng Sugar Order number 6? Na-appreciate ko rin po, Sec, sabi nyo kanina, sa tingin nyo, given current production levels, baka mga ilangan lamang tayong mag-angkat ng 200,000 metric tons sa susunod na taon. So any policies moving forward po to prevent repeats of such fiascos in the recent past?
Well, sa anti-smuggling, Your Honor, sa anti-smuggling, we need amendments sa RA 10845 to plug the loopholes. We need to have creation of specific office sa DA headed by Undersecretary and manned by investigators and lawyers. Kailangan din namin ng establishment of witness protection program to encourage complainants para maging witness. Also, we need ang importante rin is include financial investigation unit through Anti-Money Laundering Council and the Bureau of Internal Revenue kasi basically mas madaling mahuli yung mga yan if you follow the money. So, mag-establish din ang creation sa DOJ of Special Prosecution Team for Agricultural Smuggling Cases. Then, ang importante rin yung sa digitalization, we have to, yung intercommerce software ng DA ngayon is parang 15 years old na eh. So we have to upgrade this to plug in all the loopholes and have more transparency na nakakonect yan sa BOC, nakakonect sa ano. Plus, I intend to do a inspection at origin at no cost to the government. Doon tingin ko makakabawas tayo, makokontrol natin dyan. Tsaka mas magiging malinaw kung ano yung papasok at mabawasan yung kalokohan. Your Honor.
Salamat, Secretary. Yung amendments na binanggit nyo, as I shared earlier, practically as we speak, this week, tinatrabaho po talaga yun ng Senado under the Commission on Agriculture, yung anti-agricultural smuggling law. Interesting, no? Yung ideya nyo ng isang witness protection program. I suppose you're discussing that with your counterparts in DOJ, for example, yung viability niyan or yung possible coordination on dyan. Doon po yung inspection at origin. So, bahagi na po ba ito ng first border inspection?
Your Honor, yung first border inspection is another component, no? This is pre-border inspection at origin. So doon pa lang, dapat mahuli na natin yung sakit, tsaka buksan yung mga container para makita talaga kung ano talaga yung laman at walang nakatagong sa likod na ibang bagay. Then of course, we will have the first border inspection. Then here, just in case na may mga dumating na rito na red flag, kasi meron mga shipments na, let's say, walang avian fuel as of now, sa bansang pinanggalingan, then ang travel time is 40 days, as biglang nag-declare sila, we have to inspect those para sigurado. So parang 2-point, kasi we have this big ASF and avian flu, a majorly ASF problem, we have to really solve it by monitoring our ship and imports. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Salamat, Sec. Maganda po yung at origin kasi naitanong din po namin yun nung investigation ng Blue Ribbon sa Sugar Order number 6. Sino yung nagpadala mula sa Thailand? Kasi wala namang darating ditong smuggled sugar kung walang kasabwat doon sa origin. So, salamat po para doon. Dako naman po sa importation of agricultural products. Nung Nobyembre 21, nabalita na nag-utos kayo na mag-import ng 1 million tons ng bigas hanggang sa katapusan ng taon. At binantaan ninyo ang mga traders na may import licenses na use it or lose it. Ilang import licenses po ba at ilang traders ang may hawak nito? Gaano katagal na bang hindi nagagamit ito? At maiiwasan ba natin ang biglang pagtaas ng presyo sa pagsapit ng bagong taon?
Your Honor, basically, I did not ask them to import it immediately. What happened was I asked our BPI, ilan ba naka-issue import permit and volume? Ang sabi nila is 1 million tons. My next question was, kailan ba to darating? And it seems nobody could answer at that time. So we had to meet with the importers to really see ilan ba talaga yung ipapasok nila. At the end of the day, after I mentioned that I will cancel if we don't import it, kasi parang bulag-bulag ang DA kung ano mangyayari. So we cannot control or ano. Ang nangyari na lang, nagka-voluntary surrender ng mga hindi mag-i-import. Parang wag na tayo magkanselahan dito, usap na lang tayo. Kung di nyo kaya i-import, paki-surrender nila ng IP para malaman ng gobyerno kung ilan ba talaga papasok. So ngayon, maganda na ho na nangyari, nag-cooperate naman lahat at now we know the data kung ilan papasok. And meron na tayong mga interventions kung sino pa yung mga pinakausapan natin para makumpleto yung requirement ng bansa for the coming few months. Your Honor.
Salamat, Secretary. So, hindi nasisirit ang presyo ng bigas sa bagong taon?
Well, Your Honor, what I can say is normally December is very hard to say na hindi tataas eh. Dahil from my previous life as a food producer, talagang demand is almost double eh. So I believe we can just hope for stable prices. Maybe a gradual increase that maybe by January baka diba yung demand bababa eh. Thank you, Your Honor.
Salamat, Secretary. So, ngayon masasabi na ba natin na wala nang traders na may hawak ng IPs na hindi nagagamit?
Your Honor, we have now put in place new systems or new conditions on the import permit. Na ngayon, I will be requiring each importer maglagay ng bond. Na pag kayo, kasi ngayon dati, 350 pesos lang, may import permit na sila eh. Tapos pag hindi nila pinasok, wala. So we will be issuing na 10% of the value ng import permit. Pag hindi kailangan na ibigay, pag hindi nila ma-import yan, nasa gobyerno yung bond nila. That's one of the stopgap measures. So then yung must ship out date nila from issuance of IP from 60 days, iniklihan ko ng 30 days. Para force to good sila kung kailangan. At nakikita natin yung actual situation. Diba? Without the statistics na, kasi wala pa tayong statistics. We have to do other means and ways para makuha tayo ng data at the soonest possible time. Thank you, ma'am.
Salamat, Sec. Speaking of data, may data ba kung ilang traders ang currently may hawak ng IPs? At ilang IPs ito na nasa kamay ng mga traders?
Your Honor, I don't have it on hand as of the moment. I have, but I have to count.
If the good secretary could just submit it to the committee through our chair, pati po yung data na ganong katagal lang bang hindi nagagamit yung mga nasa kamay pa, ilang IP sa kamay ng ilang pang mga traders. Kahit masubmit na lang po in writing, Secretary.
Yes, Your Honor, we will do that today.
Salamat po.
The Secretariat is requested to secure the information from the Department of Agriculture. Please proceed.
Salamat. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. So, Secretary, tama po ba na para makapag-import, kailangan lang ng license to operate, SPSIC, at saka minimum access volume import certificate, at least para dun sa mga produkto na mas mababa ang in-quota duty?
As I understand it, Your Honor, yes.
Salamat po. Ganyan din nga po yung understanding ko dahil under the Agricultural Tarification Act at yung Rice Tarification Act, we adopted the use of tariffs in lieu of non-tariff import restrictions for agricultural products, including rice. And for sensitive products and commodities, that MAV was set, and imports outside the MAV are taxed at a higher out-of-quota rate. So tama po na itong tatlong requirements lang ang kailangan para makapag-import. And still, DA and its bureaus and agencies are able to effectively control importation. First, by selecting importers to license. Second, by determining the MAV and allocated amounts per importer. And third, by deciding whether to continue or suspend issuance of SICs. Sang-ayon ba kayo sa ganitong assessment, yung capacity at pamamaraan ng control sa importation by DA? At paano ba pipigilan ng DA ang rent seeking at corruption sa gobyerno sa pagkakaloob ng mga license, clearance at permits na ito? Sa government-to-government transactions, paano maiiwasan ang korupsyon?
Your Honor, so requirements of importation, yeah, the license to operate is required. Then license to import, then accreditation from BFAR, BPI, BAI, or the NMIS. Then the DA licensed importer shall first register to the DA trade system. Then kung may MAV or walang MAV, makikita, then approved and issued at SPSIC. Then an electronic request for inspection online onto the DA trade system, then yung first border inspection. So yun yung trade niya. So how to prevent naman corruption? Basically, for me, the key is digitalization of all the trade transactions, which will promote transparency and accountability and efficient resource management. This will decrease human interaction or intervention, which can be an avenue for corruption. Furthermore, digitalization allows for the collection, storage, and dissemination of data in real time. This level of transparency will help us identify irregularities and hold responsible people accountable. As I mentioned also, malaking bagay talaga yung pre-shipment inspection and the first border inspection. Kasi pag alam na nung mga mangungurap na may mga ganyan, mas they will try, I guess, less. Siguro they will just use the normal, real smuggling na swing na lang, but not through the DA.
Malaking bagay na yon, Secretary, kung ma-achieve nyo yan to deny the use of the DA pa of all avenues sa mga smugglers, and instead to let the department be an anti-smuggling force, no, within government. So especially against rent seeking and corruption in government. Balikan ko lang sandali yung bond, Secretary, or yung imports of rice. So sa bond, meron po tayong existing system in sugar, but it doesn't seem to be effective. Paano po natin masisiguro na at least sa bigas magiging effective po ang bond?
Yung sa sugar, I think it's okay, effective. Yung iba sa sugar, Your Honor, sorry. Yung sa sugar, makaramihan doon nakikita ko as of the moment is puro swing eh. Hindi necessarily sa agri system dahil it's really in bulk eh. No? Pag dito naman sa rice na gagawin natin, we're reviewing it now, pati implementing rules and regulation, and as a former businessman myself, I know the possible loopholes. I can see the possible loopholes, and we will try to plug all of them. Yes, well, not all, but at least majority of them. Thank you, ma'am.
Muli, okay lang pong mag-target ng all. Para falling short, maybe we'll hit majority. At nakakatuwa naman yung ganong insight na as a businessman, you saw the loophole. So ngayon, mula sa ibang perspective, ay pwede nyo pong i-plug yon. And check on the imports of rice. Okay, kaugnay po ng import licenses. Ganong karami po finally ang papasok pagkatapos ng voluntary surrender ng ilan sa mga import licenses, at magiging sapat po ba ito sa panahon ng El Nino?
Your Honor, as of the moment, we have shipments coming from India, which was arranged by the government through the President's intervention. Unfortunately, I would not like to, if possible, not say the quantities, no? Kasi I realized that when I say something about, let's say, 1 million or that, prices of the commodity goes up or down. Eh. So I'd like to protect the Filipino people sa speculators. But what I can say that we are covered till end of January. Yeah. Or even up to mid-February.
Sapat na po yun sa ngayon, Sec. Kung hindi man yung quantity, at least kung in terms of coverage for domestic demand, yung para sa ating mga pamilyang Pilipino. Okay, salamat po. In 2016, Congress enacted RA 10845, otherwise known as the Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Act. 7 years after, there's not one conviction. Ano pong pagtatasa ninyo? Bakit nag-fail itong batas? At sa tingin nyo, anong mga specific changes ang kailangan para tugunan yung agricultural economic sabotage, smuggling, hoarding, profiteering at cartels. Bukod po sa mga napag-usapan na natin, Sec, at dahil din ina-amend namin ngayong linggo mismo yung batas na ito.
Your Honor, in order to do what needs to be done, we need to really strengthen the enforcement and intelligence capability of the DA, no? Of course, in close conjunction with the PNP and the Bureau of Customs. Basically, we have to link everybody to the same information, and then honestly, we need more funding for this dahil we need to move and track and monitor yung mga known smugglers and hoarders and profiteers. Kaya lang walang pondo eh. Walang pondo sa totoo lang. But then meron din minsan na issues, well, mahirap sabihin, but we need to closely work with the prosecution service and the judiciary for proper case build-up. Kasi marami nahuhuli, pero nakakawala rin at the end of the day. Actually, marami nahuhuli. Just the last 3 weeks after I got appointed, almost every week meron kami nahuhuli. Meron nga muntik makalusot. Buti na lang, may mga kaibigan tayo sa judiciary na mga makabansa, nationalists, na gumalaw din para hindi makawala talaga yung nahuli natin eh. So,
Salamat, Secretary. So kung yun yung mga pagbabago na kailangan, so ibig nyo sabihin, assessment nyo rin kung bakit nag-fail yung batas ay kakulangan ng mga ito? And baka yung binanggit nyo kaninang kakulangan sa human resources sa department?
well, Your Honor, another one that I would like to suggest, or my plan is to encourage yung mga legitimate importers, no? Na makipag-ugnayan maigi sa mga legitimate importers para magkaroon tayo ng balanced and regular importation, no? Not excessive, of course, not to hurt the farmers or the fisher folks. But kailangan, mahirap kasi nangyayari na yung mag-i-import, biglang mawawala yung import kasi pipigilin. Kasi biglang, after a while, kulang na. Mataas na presyo, tsaka tayo magre-react. We have to have it balanced all year round eh. Then we have stability. Kung meron tayo niyan, wala na rin opportunity ang smugglers na profiteer kasi kagaya ng onion dati, 100 peso, 150 billion naging 700 because somewhere along the line may naipit eh. Hindi na-release eh. It's basically managing the imports also. Your Honor.
Salamat, Secretary. And I think kaugnay niya nung isang sinabi nyo kanina na yung planning process i-improve nyo para to create that environment for balance and stability in terms of the food security. Salamat po. Dako dun sa dalawang tanong sa divestment of business interests. Mr. Secretary, as we all know, you're a renowned business person prior to your appointment. Various stakeholders raised their concerns regarding conflict of interest, that issue between ties with your companies and your new government position. On 6 November 2023, several news reports came out saying that you had already divested yourself of your interests from all your companies. At hindi kakaunti, 62 po ba yun? 68 business entities. Pwede niyo po bang i-confirm, Mr. Secretary, sa komiteng ito kung aling mga kumpanya kayo nag-divest sa inyong shareholdings o interest, at pwede niyo po bang i-provide yung komite sa pamamagitan ng aming chair yung instruments of divestment na tinender ninyo sa mga kumpanyang ito?
Yes, Your Honor. I have divested from all the 68 companies through deed of donation or deed of sale. We will supply all the relevant information or materials to the Secretariat. Thank you, ma'am.
Maraming salamat, Secretary. At paano nyo masisiguro o paano nyo ma-assure yung publiko na iyang mga kumpanyang iyan, lalo na po yung involved sa fishing sector, na ang DA sa pamamagitan ng attached agencies niya ay siya yung nagre-regulate sa ganyang mga kumpanya, ay hindi magkakaroon ng kahit anong impluensya o preferential treatment sa pagkondukta ng negosyo nila.
Your Honor, basically when I left the companies that I used to hold, we are already professionalized. So we have professional managers running the companies, and we're very transparent. Then rules are there for a purpose, and it's also something that keeps the company stable, diba? Transparency is key, and basically everybody has to observe the rules, especially that I am here now as a public servant. Hindi kagaya ng sinabi ko kanina ho, ang bilin-bilin ng tatay ko, hindi kami pwede mapahiya. So, at hindi, yung mukha namin ay pinaka-importante. So, there should be no special favors for my family's companies, no accommodation, and my family will not allow that. Ma'am.
Salamat, Secretary. Panghahawakan po namin iyon. And huling tanong ko po, para ngayong tanghali, yung resignation naman po from private companies. Section 1 of Administrative Order Number 1, Series of 1992, further requires cabinet officials, such as herein appointee, to resign from private office immediately upon, but in no case later than 30 days from assuming public office. The said requirement applies whether or not a conflict of interest exists between the cabinet officials' duties and their interests in such private corporations, partnerships, or other business enterprises. So, maaari po bang malaman mula sa Good Secretary kung nakapagbitiw na po sa mga kumpanyang ito?
Your Honor, I have resigned from all my companies or shareholdings in any business entities.
Alright, marami pong salamat sa inyo, Secretary. Marami pong salamat, Mr. Chair. I think Sen. Jinggoy would like to interject.
Thank you, Senator Hontiveros. Next in line, nakabalik na po sa online platform si Senator Grace Po. So we would like to recognize Senator Po for her questions. Please proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I'm about 5 minutes away, so if there's anybody else who would like to ask a question, but otherwise I can proceed if you don't mind.
Senator Bongo would like to ask questions as well. Intayin na
Sir.
lang namin kayo, ma'am.
Sure.
Okay, Senator Bongo is recognized.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Just a brief manifestation. Esteemed members of this commission, a pleasant day to all of you. Would like to express my full support for the ad interim appointment of Secretary Francisco Chu Laurel Jr. as Secretary of the Department of Agriculture. Secretary Laurel Jr. has dedicated most of his remarkable career to the noble field of agriculture. He has vast experience in various aspects of the supply chain, ranging from deep sea fishing and aquaculture to food manufacturing, importation, trading, and cold storage. His familiarity with the agriculture sector stands as one of his formidable assets. While the task of overseeing a department is significantly different from the responsibilities associated with managing a business, I place my full trust and confidence in Secretary Laurel's ability to effectively lead the Department of Agriculture. Mr. Secretary, ang pakiusap ko lang po sa inyo, unahin po natin yung mga mahirap nating kababayan, interes po ng bayan, interes po ng ating mga magsasaka at mangingisda. Our government should focus on supporting our small-scale farmers because they are the backbone of our food security. We must help and support our local farmers to earn a living and contribute towards food security. Dapat po masaya po ang ating mga farmers. Dapat po sila ang kumita. ito po yung mga isang kahig, isang tuka nating mga kababayan. Tulungan po natin, sikapin natin mabigyan sila ng karampatang suporta at proteksyon ang ating mga maliliit na magsasaka at mangingisda na kumakayod nga po araw-araw para masigurong may pagkain ang hapagkainan ng bawat pamilyang Pilipino. Mr. Secretary, suportahan natin sila sa pamamagitan ng pagpapalakas ng kanilang sektor at pagpapalaganap ng mga programa na tutugon sa kanilang mga pangangailangan. With that, I would like to reiterate my full support for the confirmation of sa Francisco Chu Laurel as Secretary of the Department of Agriculture. Maraming salamat at mabuhay po kayo.
Thank you, Senator Bongo. Next in line, we now recognize Senator JV Ercito.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary. Anyway, we wish you all the best. Medyo masalimutan problema ng DA, as you know. I know that the President has entrusted you the position, and I think he could have chosen a better one na talagang he trusts, because I know that you go a long way back. And likewise, as the principal author also of the Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Law and the Sugarcane Industry Development Act, together with our President, we have already armed the Department of Agriculture with these legislations that is designed really for us to be able to have self-sufficiency. And as mentioned by Senator Risa, we're already in the process of amending also the Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Law by including profiteering, hoarding, and cartel. So be rest assured that we are here also to support you, because your goal of having food sufficiency by 2028, we are also one with that. And likewise, just to note, Mr. Chair, I know the good secretary from way back when we were still kids, young kids, having been educated in the same school, one of the best schools, Xavier School. I know that he is a man for others, and he will serve our people and our nation to the best of his ability. So good luck, Mr. Secretary. We will be behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ejercito. Next, we would like to recognize Congressman Greg Gasataya. Okay lang.
I would like to yield, Honorable Chair.
With the indulgence of Congressman Gasataya, we recognize Senator Jingoy Estrada.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Talagang magkasunod kami. But at any rate, as I was browsing the briefer provided by the Secretariat of the Commission, I decided not to ask questions anymore, since I know that the nominee is a hardworking person. I've known him before, and I know he's very capable of handling the department. But what bothers me is that I saw my name in the investigative report that I was a playmate of the secretary when we were still teenagers. Pwede ba malaman, ano ba yung nilalaro natin nung araw? Yes, kasi nakalimutan ko na kung ano yung nilalaro natin nung araw. Tsaka pinapatanong din ni Congressman El Rey kung ano yung nilalaro natin nung araw.
Mr. Chair, I think the nominee has a right not to incriminate himself.
Your Honor, I just have videos of us going to Pampanga, mobile, doing DJ work, mobiles and in cars.
Where else?
Sa scene 1, take 1, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, that's it. Baka kung ano pa masabi.
Maraming salamat, Senator Jingoy Estrada. Before we recognize Senator Grace po, punta muna tayo sa House contingent for the manifestation of Congressman Greg Gasataya.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'd be remiss of my duty if I would not be able to re-echo the sentiments of the sugar industry leaders in Negros, as well as the Sugar Council, that they welcome the appointment of the good secretary of the Department of Agriculture, as well as political leaders in the province and the city of Bacolod. So, Honorable Chair, I'd like to manifest my support for the confirmation of the good secretary, as he had committed to ensure the sustainability and self-sufficiency of sugar farmers, meaning we'll try to sync the price, the farm gate, mill gate, as well as the retail price of sugar. With his manifestation earlier that they will be importing around 200,000 metric tons of sugar. I think this is a welcome development, Honorable Chair. And for the record, 2 weeks ago, the good secretary turned over about 300 million worth of farm technology donated by Japan to small sugar farmers in the province and the entire country. So with this, would like to manifest my support for the confirmation of the good secretary. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Gasataya. We acknowledge the presence of Congressman Manuel Sagarbaria. We now recognize Senator Grace Poe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your patience and for allowing me this time. I'm actually here to show support to our nominee, Secretary Laurel. I would like to just clarify a few things. First of all, I think it's a good idea to appoint a former stakeholder, because as you mentioned earlier, in your one of the answers that you gave Senator Hontiveros, you said that you know the loopholes. Kasi talagang naging negosyo ninyo ito. At naniniwala ako na nais mong itaguyod ang magandang pangalan. Kaya ako'y kumpiyansa na meron kang street smart. So if you're determined to really make the situation better, I know that you have the capability to do that. Just a few things. Since you were appointed by the President, nag-usap ba kayo na maaring nasabi sa inyo ng ating Pangulo yung mga usual suspects na matagal nang sangkot sa agricultural smuggling? May mga pangalan ba na naibigay sa inyo?
Your Honor, yes, a few.
So, itong mga nabanggit mo kasi na minsan nagkakaroon ng bara mismo dun sa hudikatura, di ba? Doon nagkakaroon ng problema. Pero sa ngayon ba, ay nakakalap na ninyo yung mga ebidensya? Kasi si Senator Cynthia matagal nang may mga binabanggit na pangalan eh. Yun pa rin ang mga lumalabas. Sa tingin nyo ba ay sapat na yung ebidensya ninyo na maaaring sila ay managot na sa batas?
Your Honor, basically, we have dossiers now of the people that were the usual suspects. I have a new intelligence and enforcement. The enforcement unit is there. I have a new intelligence unit who are verifying everything. So maybe by first quarter of next year, we'll be moving already. Yeah.
And hopefully we may be able to file cases.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi actually, Secretary, kung masampulan lang isa o dalawang yon, hihina ang loob ng iba eh. Kasi nagkaroon na ng Exhibit A ng example. So yun lang siguro yung hinihintay natin para magkaroon ng ngipin ng batas. Another thing is, I like your suggestion of actually having an importation program. Because even as we strive for rice sufficiency or rice security, there will always be times when we will be challenged to produce enough for our population. So can you submit to the panel, maybe not now, no? What your suggestion is like, kailan tayo dapat, syempre hindi dapat yung panahon ng anihan, di ba? So may mga panahon yan sa palay, sa bigas, sa asukal, etc. So pwede bang bigyan nyo kami ng ideya, kailan ang magagandang panahon kung kailan magi-import at anong commodity? So that will be, and I thank you for that suggestion. And lastly, Because actually a lot of us here share our love for animals, particularly dogs, and I've received from a lot of advocates that marami sa mga hayop natin ang hindi natatratong tama. Eh syempre nakikita naman natin ang lipunan natin kung paano natin tinatrato ang pinaka walang karapatan, walang mga nanghihina, mga bata, mga hayop, eh, yun ang nagiging batayan kung anong klaseng lipunan tayo. So, in line with that, I filed an amendment to the Animal Welfare Act of 1998 to create an Animal Welfare Bureau within the DA. So basically, you will form a policy, and then in every local government, there should be an Animal Rights Council. Kasi alam nyo, may mga ibang local governments, meron silang mga dog pounds, pero hindi naman talaga naaalagaan yung mga aso. At we're not really for kill shelters. Of course, we need to promote neutering of dogs, etc. So, may I hopefully get your cooperation as we file this bill and we tackle it. Kasi marami talagang mga napapabayaan. Nakikita natin, pag-gala-gala yung mga aso, nasasagasaan, baliwala, yung iba nakakadena pa, hindi naman, dapat meron din responsibilidad ang mga nagmamay-ari ng mga hayop. So yun lamang po, and I'm very happy to see you on that side of the table, and I'm confident that if you are really determined to do so, you can achieve what is set to be achieved in the DA, especially you have grown your business to such a point that it's one of the top businesses in fishing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Grace Po. And finally, we recognize our Senate President, Juan Miguel Migs Subiri.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Maraming salamat. My dear colleagues, blessed good morning or good noon. I'll make it short. Ang akin lang ay, alam mo, gusto ko lang sabihin na matagal ko ng kaibigan ito si Kiko. As a matter of fact, nandito, tama sinabi ni Majority Leader El Rey that nagkasama ko yan sa Bakbakan, sa martial arts. Yung grupo namin Bakbakan with Christopher Ricketts. Matibay yan. He's matapang at magaling lumaban. Kaya pagdating sa agri-smugglers, sa tingin ko, bubugbugin din niya yan. I have no doubt about it. But at the same time, Your Honor, I'd like to just give you, again, my suggestion, yung pinanggit natin sa Malaki, nag-usap tayo, about the regional offices. Tama sinabi ni Congressman Marcoleta. Medyo top-heavy na yung DA dahil na-devolve. So wala kang sundalo sa baba. But you have a lot of people in the regional offices. Make them accountable na. Assign them the production requirements for rice, for corn, for sugar, and make them go out. Huwag lang sa aircon offices ng regional offices. Palabas mo na sila. Nung araw ni Ferdinand Marcos Sr., naalala ko, Masagana 99. Yung mga technician, pumupunta dun sa amin sa Maramag, sa Bukidnon. Nakikita mo, naka-overalls, talagang may clipboard, nagsusulat yung mga production capacities together with the requirements of the farmers. You know, if a province, for example, like Isabela, walang congressman taga Isabela dito. Of course, we have a senator from Isabela. Nakausap ko si Boji D. What he did was, he really made an accounting of all his farmers in Isabela, planting corn, sugar, rice, tobacco. Meron siyang listahan talaga. At yung master list yan is being monitored by the provincial government. Kaya gawin ng regional offices mo yan, Secretary. I know they can. And I know if you push them to do it, they will do it. Para when you ask for datos or information from them, meron kang on-time, online, real-time information. And then finally, yung sa anti-smuggling, kapatid, we're already in the process of amending it. I need you to see it. Because we had a discussion that we don't want to make a mistake. We'll pass a law that may be unimplementable or madaming matatamaan in terms of legalities and constitutionality. We're almost, hopefully by tomorrow, tapos na yung amendments. We'll need you to look at it, Secretary, to give us more feedback kasi syempre ikaw mag-implement yan. So my final point is, Your Honors, nasubukan na natin yung iba't ibang secretary. Sa totoo lang. Subukan na natin yung academe. galing sa Akadim. Ako taga Los Baños ako eh. Taga Akadim. Medyo hindi masyadong, with due respect to my fellow green-minded Maroons. I call them green-minded Maroons kasi taga Los Baños kami. Hindi ganun ka-effective so far as we can see in terms of food security. We tried employees from or management from multinational corporations. I can mention 2 or 3 secretaries na galing po multinational corporations. Parang hindi rin umubre. Parang wala pa rin. So now let's try an entrepreneur. Here's a gentleman who's an entrepreneur dealing in agribusiness. DJ. Magaling pa mag-DJ. Huh? Magaling makisama, pero stricto at matapang. So being an entrepreneur, being a manager at that, you know the loopholes. Galing din ako dyan. When I passed the ease of doing business, that was the time I resigned from the Senate. From 2011 to 2016, I set up my power plants. Pareho tayo mga hydro, solar. We do the same renewable energy projects. Nakita ko lahat ng bottlenecks na pinagdaanan ko bilang civilian in those 5 years. And then we were able to come up with the ease of doing business law and the anti-red tape authority. So, Secretary Kiko, we wish you all the luck. I know you'll be doing a good job. Listen with your heart. Listen with your heart. Yung malasakit, ika nga, may puso para sa kababayan. And I know you'll do well. So you have our full support. Mr. Chairman, the nominee has our full support, and let's appoint him and confirm him as soon as possible.
Maraming salamat, Senate President Mig Zubiri. Meron pa pong isang gustong mag-manifest, I believe. We now recognize Congressman Manuel Sagarbarria.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry to everyone. I was a bit late because of the constant change of schedule. So I booked, I had to cancel, book again, cancel again, book again, and finally I arrived. So I'm sorry, I'm a little bit late. But this is going to be, Mr. Secretary, very two simple questions. Number one, what is the stake of the department concerning ASF? Because as of now, our province of Negros Oriental, we still do not allow pork to come in. And secondly, I come from a sugar producing district, and prices now has gone down from the start of the milling up to today. Eventually, every week it seems to be really going down. So, what is also what interventions can the department do to help special industry? That's all. Very simple questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Your Honor, yung ASF is really a problem now. There's no vaccine yet, and the only solution is proper biosecurity for each piggery or farm. The DA has a program to repopulate actually, but we can only give it to farms that are biosecure or talagang siguradong biosecure. I've been meeting with all the farming hog raisers associations, including last night in National Federation, and they all agree na we repopulate kung saan lang lugar na tama, tsaka saan yung biosecurity is in place. So that's the program, Your Honor. As far as sugar is concerned, I've been monitoring sugar for the last 3 weeks. Mataas sa retail. At yung farm gate nga bumaba, yung 2,550 na lang eh. There's an intervention na gagawin namin with the clearance of the President, which I cleared with the President, wherein we will have some funds that will be used by government GOCC to buy sugar from the farmers at a higher price. Then we will sell it at a lower price kasi somewhere down there's somebody profiteering. So that's our intervention, which will happen hopefully by January.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chair, isang quick follow-up.
Okay. Senator Hontiveros is recognized.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Isang quick follow-up lang dun sa tanong ni Rep. Sagarbaria kay Secretary regarding ASF and yung biosecurity being the first line of defense. In the same way na, well, refreshing yung pag-appoint sa inyo because you come from the fisheries subsector of agriculture. Bukod sa magsasaka mangingisda, there are at least two other subsectors na hindi laging napapansin, yung rural women, saka yung indigenous people, all in agriculture. And speaking of ASF and biosecurity, meron pong mga organizations, federations of rural women na gustong mag-coordinate, mag-cooperate sa DA at household level in partnership sa mga LGUs nila na sila yung tumulong, force multiplier for biosecurity against ASF. So kung pwede, Mr. Chair, Good Secretary, mai-refer ko po sila sa inyo sa pagpapatuloy ng pagbantay nyo laban sa ASF. Salamat po.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll be waiting for them.
With that,
Thank you, sir.
with that, Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve on committee level the appointment or the nomination of the good gentleman from the Department of Agriculture and send him to plenary. Let's tackle it already. I so move.
Second.
Okay na. The motion is hereby approved.
As moved by our Senate President and duly seconded, with no objections, the chair approves.
The motion.
There is a motion to recommend to the plenary for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointment of Mr. Francisco P. Chu Laurel Jr. as Secretary of the Department of Agriculture. With no objections, the same is hereby approved. Congratulations, Secretary Laurel.
Mr. Chair, there being no other matters to discuss, I move to adjourn the meeting.
30-minute break, tapos session.
For information to everyone, we have a 30-minute lunch break, then we proceed to the plenary.
There being no objection, the meeting is hereby adjourned.
duty to save lives from the shock of trauma. Sa kanyang hangaring matuto pa upang makapaglingkod pa, nagpatuloy si Dr. Teodoro Herbosa ng kanyang pag-aaral sa ibang bansa. He studied surgery and trauma in Tel Aviv at Israel. He also went to the United States for his fellowship in trauma surgery at Cook Country Hospital, just like Dr. Jose Rizal, who studied abroad and had the opportunity to live out his life away from the ills besieging his country. Dr. Teodoro Herbosa chose to come home to treat the ills of his fellow Filipinos. Let me repeat, Dr. Teodoro Herbosa chose to come home to treat the ills of his fellow Filipinos. He practiced general and trauma surgery in many hospitals at his alma mater, UP, PGH, and also as a consultant at several other large tertiary centers, both government and private. He helped develop the fellowship training program of the UP PGH Department of Surgery. Furthermore, he became a professor both here and abroad. He would be in his element teaching young physicians not just in Manila, but also in Baltimore, Bangkok, Kuala Lumpur, and Melbourne. He would work extensively with the World Health Organization. He had a direct hand as a co-author of the WHO Surgical Safety Checklist. Further to being a father of the Emergency Medicine Residency Training Program at the UPPGH, he also helped develop emergency medical services in countries as diverse and as far as Palau, Fiji, and India. But he keeps coming back to Manila, Mr. Chair, a Filipino through and through. He always comes home. Dito sa ating bansa, patuloy siyang umangat sa ranggo at naging Undersecretary po ng Department of Health. As Undersecretary, Dr. Herbosa balanced both public health and clinical medicine. After his term as Undersecretary of Health, Dr. Herbosa went back to the academe as the Executive Vice President of the University of the Philippines System. During the COVID-19 pandemic, he was also chosen by former President Rodrigo Duterte to be a special advisor to the National Task Force on COVID-19. He wore many hats and was part of different teams with one goal, helping the Filipino people in need. Isa lang ang paalala ko kay Secretary Herbosa, unahin po ang kapakanan ng mga mahirap at huwag pabayaan ang mga nangangailangan, lalo na yung mga pasyenteng walang matakbuhan, kundi ang gobyerno, yung mga helpless at hopeless nating kababayan. Mr. Chair, almost 127 years after the martyrdom of Dr. Jose Rizal, here we are, faced with a candidate who is not just a prominent because of his ancestry, but definitely well qualified with his credentials and experiences to be the right person as the Secretary of Health. We have before us a surgeon, crisis management expert, professor, and experienced public officer. Therefore, Mr. Chair, my fellow members of the Commission, it is my great honor and privilege to move for the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Dr. Teodoro Javier Herbosa as Secretary of the Department of Health. I so move, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear sponsor. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, before we act on the motion, there are a number of members of the commission who would like to deliver their seconding speeches. May we now recognize Congressman Ramon Kiko.
Our distinguished colleague from the great province of Pangasinan, Congressman Monching Vico, the co-chair of the Commission Appointments, is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I hereby signify my support for the confirmation of Secretary Teodoro Herbosa as Secretary of the Department of Health. A well-regarded expert in the field of medicine, Secretary Herbosa's confirmation is most deserving. He has worked his way to various leadership positions through skills and merit. I am confident thus that as Secretary of Health, he will continue to high standard service, medical excellence that the Herbosa family is known for. In addition, Dr. Herbosa is a good-humored man whose talent and temperament are suited to handle the intense pressure of leading the DOH towards a universal healthcare program for every Filipino. Therefore, I hereby second the confirmation of Secretary Teodoro J. Herbosa as Secretary of the Department of Health. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Congresswoman Lani Mercado Revilla.
Congresswoman Lani Mercado de Villa of the great province of Cavite is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Esteemed colleagues of this commission, in the face of numerous public health challenges, the Health Department is in dire need of a dynamic leader, one who is not only intelligent, but also compassionate, assertive, and action-oriented. I believe Dr. Teodoro Javier Herbosa embodies this blend of qualities perfectly. And at this juncture, I express my full support on this ad interim appointment as Secretary of the Department of Health. Dr. Herbosa is equipped with stellar credentials. He's a product of the University of the Philippines, went to pursue further medical studies at the University of Geneva in Switzerland and the Tel Aviv University in Israel. He has a vast experience in emergency and disaster medicine and is reputed for making significant strides in improving the public health system. Among other key positions, he was Health Undersecretary from 2010 to 2015 and served as a special advisor to the National Task Force against COVID-19. His experience extends to the noble profession of teaching. Likewise, it deserves to be mentioned that Dr. Ted has always advocated for the human side in health. From 2015 until prior to his present appointment, he was chairman of the Board of Physicians for Peace Philippines, a group that mobilizes medical volunteers to places with unmet medical needs and scarce resources. From 2017 to January of this year, he was a trainee of the Cullion Foundation, a non-stock, non-profit corporation which aims to contribute in the attainment of health-related Millennium Development Goals. Furthermore, as Health Secretary, he emphasized the need for safe, quality, and humanistic service to carry out the Universal Health Care Act. Let us not overlook the significance of his lineage. In his veins flows the blood of our beloved national hero, Dr. Jose P. Rizal, which, like his great-grand-uncle, Dr. Ted's service to the nation, has been marked by a sense of duty and love of country. The health and well-being of the country is undoubtedly in capable hands. Kaya naman naway lagi kayong biyayaan ng Panginoon ng matalas na isip, malakas na pangangatawan at kagandahan ng loob upang maisakatuparan ninyo ang pagpapabuti ng serbisyong kalusugan sa ating bansa. I extend my sincerest congratulations to you, Secretary, on your well-deserved appointment. God bless the work of your hands. God bless the Philippines.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Congressman Ferge Biron.
Our distinguished colleague from the province of Iloilo, Congressman Ferge Biron is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues and members of this commission, it is truly an honor to stand before you today and address this body as I express my support to the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Dr. Teodoro Javier Herbosa as Secretary of the Department of Health. Throughout his career, Secretary Herbosa has demonstrated a commitment to public health, both in practice and in the academia. His commitment is evidenced by notable achievements in UPPGH when he became the youngest department head and at the time as chairperson of the Trauma Division in 1991. He was also recognized for establishing the first university-based emergency medicine program in the Philippines, while at the helm of the emergency medicine in PGH sometime in 1994 to 2006. In times of crisis, Secretary Herbosa did not fail to act. In 2013, when Typhoon Haiyan devastated the country, he capably presided over the Task Force Yolanda for disaster management and rehabilitation, organizing 180 international medical teams to attend to the health needs of the many victims of the typhoon. During COVID-19, he served as an advisor to the Philippines Task Force against COVID-19. He also created the UP COVID-19 Pandemic Response Team for the safety of all the university's employees. His numerous international engagements, contributions to education, research, and various programs are many and commendable, which I need not to mention for brevity. His leadership during the challenging times has proven invaluable to this nation, showcasing a deep understanding of our healthcare systems as we address various public health concerns emerging daily. The leadership of the Department of Health is crucial for this nation in pursuit of its mandate for the promotion, protection, preservation, or restoration of the health of the people. That health is wealth is a necessary cliche we must recognize, and it is imperative that the head of the DOH is no less than competent and qualified to protect our nation's wealth, that is our much treasured nation's health. Therefore, having a Secretary of Health with a proven track record is paramount. After thorough deliberations, Secretary Herbosa has shown that he has the experience, the knowledge, the skills, and the vision to lead the Department of Health to the effective implementation of its mandate. As a fellow doctor, I know how much expectation there is for us doctors to heal the sick and save lives. And here I stand by you, Secretary Ted, hoping that through this confirmation, you'll be able to heal and save an entire nation from the national and global health challenges that may lie ahead. Towards a healthier and more resilient future, I therefore support the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Secretary Ted Herbosa as Secretary of the Department of Health. I so move, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Congressman Veron.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Congressman GP Padiernos?
Our distinguished colleague from the province of Nueva Ecija, Congressman GP Padiernos is recognized.
Mr. Chair, my distinguished colleagues in the Commission on Appointments, a pleasant good afternoon. It is my honor and privilege to endorse the confirmation by this honorable commission of the ad interim appointment of the Honorable Teodoro Javier Herbosa as Secretary of the Department of Health. Secretary Herbosa obtained his Bachelor of Science degree in Biology from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and graduated as cum laude. He finished his Doctor of Medicine degree from UP Manila. He completed his postgraduate studies at Sackler Faculty of Medicine of the Tel Aviv University in Israel and earned a diploma in Emergency Preparedness and Crisis Management, which he completed as a World Health Organization Fellow from the University of Geneva, Switzerland. Secretary Herbosa has dedicated his entire career for the advancement of the medical field. He was distinguished for the extensive public service he has rendered in the University of the Philippines system, starting as general surgery resident in 1985. He also competently served as chairperson of the trauma division of the Philippine General Hospital in 1991. He was also recognized for establishing the first university-based emergency medicine program, while serving as head of emergency medicine of PGH from 1944 to 2006. Secretary Herbosa has also made invaluable contributions to the Philippine health system. He served as the DOH's Undersecretary and concurrent regional director at the DOH's National Capital Region Office from 2010 to 2015. He also served as a special advisor to the Philippine National Task Force Against COVID-19 during the administration of former President Rodrigo Duterte. Secretary Herbosa has also made significant contribution in medical research through his academic publications. Lauded for being an accomplished and exceptional educator, he actively championed medical and societal development by serving as professor in the University of the Philippines. These are but some of the testament to the Secretary Herbosa's dedication, competence, and leadership, traits which Secretary Herbosa takes with him as takes the helm of the Department of Health. It is therefore my honor to manifest my wholehearted support to the confirmation of Honorable Teodoro Javier Herbosa as Secretary of the Department of Health. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you
Mr.
very much.
Chair, Mr. Chair, the following members of the commission would like to submit their seconding speeches in writing to be incorporated in the journal of today's session. Senator Jinggoy Estrada, Congressman Abet Garcia, Congressman Johnny Pimentel, Senator Lauren Legarda, and Senator J.V. Ejercito. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. For that, we take note of the manifestation of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, may we reiterate the earlier motion for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointment of Mr. Teodoro Javier Herbosa as Secretary, Department of Health. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Before we act on the motion, I just would like to say that I believe that the Department of Health is in good hands. First of all, not only was he appointed by the President, but he comes well regarded and well recommended. I had several calls from my ninong, the chairman of the Philippine Red Cross, Senator Gordon, making sure na ma-appoint natin si Secretary Herbosa, who, by the way, is also a member or was a member of the Board of Governors of the Philippine Red Cross. That's why we are very proud of him in the Red Cross. So without further ado, there being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the appointment, the ad interim appointment of Dr. Teodoro Javier Herbosa as Secretary of the Department of Health is hereby confirmed. Congratulations. Majority Leader. Anyway, we have time for our photo opportunity with the dear Secretary after all of, after the confirmation of Secretary Chu Laurel.
Mr. Chair, may we now proceed to consider the recommendation of the Committee on Agriculture on the ad interim appointment of Mr. Francisco P. Chu Laurel Jr. as Secretary of Department of Agriculture.
There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. Chair, I move that the chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture, Representative Albert Garcia, be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from the historic province of Bataan, Congressman Garcia, is recognized.
Mr. Chair, esteemed colleagues, good afternoon. Today, I stand before you to sponsor the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Secretary Francisco Kiko P. Chu Laurel Jr. as Secretary of the Department of Agriculture. Secretary Laurel is a prominent Filipino entrepreneur and a distinguished fishing magnate who has left an indelible mark on the industry. Currently holding the esteemed position of the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, he brings to this role a wealth of experience garnered from his term as President of the Frabel Fishing Corporation, a formidable deep-sea fishing entity operating across the Asia-Pacific region. His tenure at the helm of this corporation reveals his genuine grasp of the complexities within the agricultural and fisheries sector. The Frabel Fishing Corporation, established by Secretary Laurel's parents in 1966, has flourished and diversified under his guidance, with the interests spanning agriculture and fisheries, including deep-sea fishing, aquaculture, canning, meat and seafood processing, cold chain networks, shipbuilding and repair, and power generation. The corporation operates domestically and internationally within the Asia-Pacific region. Indeed, Secretary Laurel's leadership in this diverse agricultural and fishing enterprise has equipped him with full competency and effectiveness that will help him bring about positive transformations as well as growth and sustainability of the agricultural and fisheries sector. Secretary Laurel's wide-ranging proficiencies are also clear from his past leadership at various energy producers and distributors, including the Agusan Power Corporation, which runs the Lake Mainit Hydroelectric Power Plant, generating 24.9 megawatts and expected to harness the waters of Lake Mainit to generate electricity for about 50,000 homes in the area. Secretary Laurel's support for sustainable resource management and food security is made evident when he was designated in 2022 as member of the Private Sector Advisory Council to help strengthen collaboration between the public and private sectors to address food security issues related to increasing productivity of farmers and closing supply chain gaps. In responding to the call of the President of the Philippines to leave the private life within an established company to take a demanding role as Secretary of the Agriculture, Secretary Laurel has exhibited a selfless dedication that extends beyond personal comfort. His acceptance of this role is not merely an obligation. It is a demonstration of his genuine support and love for our people and a deep-seated concern for the well-being of our farmers and fisher folks. This act of sacrifice conveys a great deal about Secretary Laurel's character and underscores his preparedness to navigate the challenges inherent in public service, making him the right person to spearhead the Department of Agriculture with grace and foresight. Since assuming the post as Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, Secretary Laurel has set in motion several plans and initiatives signaling a positive trajectory for the department. His commitment to uphold the President's directives on anti-smuggling and anti-hoarding is a commendable stance. In addition, his proposal to institutionalize accurate data collection for agricultural production reflects a praiseworthy dedication to informed decision-making. His affirmation of being pro-production is a reassuring declaration that aligns well with the goals of fostering a robust agricultural sector. Mr. Chair, I had the chance to encounter Secretary Laurel during one of our meetings, and I am impressed by his profound understanding of our agricultural and fisheries sector. His direct and practical approach to the programs he aims to initiate and the reforms he plans to execute reflects his resolve to take an active role as an effective Secretary of the Department of Agriculture. Finally, Mr. Chair, let me emphasize that Secretary Laurel belongs to a family which is highly regarded for embodying values such as integrity, humility, simplicity, responsible stewardship, and innovation. His family is well known for exemplary corporate leadership and unwavering commitment to enhance workforce development in the country. Secretary Laurel indeed possesses these qualities as they seem to run in his blood. With these considerations, Mr. Chair, I earnestly urge the Commission on Appointments to wholeheartedly confirm Secretary Francisco Kiko P. Chu Laurel Jr.'s ad interim appointment, assuring that his leadership will help propel the growth and prosperity of our nation. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Mr.
Thank you very
Chair,
much, Congressman
Mr.
Garcia.
Chair, before we open the motion, there are a number of members of the commission who would like to deliver their seconding speeches. May we recognize Congressman Ramon Gico?
Congressman Guico of the province of Pangasinan is recognized, our co-chair.
Mr. Chair, esteemed colleagues, I hereby manifest my support for the confirmation of Secretary Francisco Chu Laurel Jr. as Secretary of the Department of Agriculture. We have found him to be of excellent moral standing and superb professional experience, which is necessary to fully exercise the duties and responsibilities inherent to the position. I have faith that he will lead the department's battle cry, masaganang agrikultura, maunlad na ekonomiya, with the utmost vigor and diligence, and champion the welfare of Filipino farmers and fishers folk. Therefore, I hereby second the confirmation of Secretary Francisco Chu Laurel Jr. as our new Secretary of Agriculture. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you, Congressman Guico.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Congresswoman Lani Mercado Revilla?
Congresswoman Lani Mercado Revilla is recognized.
Mr. President, esteemed colleagues of this commission, as Francisco P. Chu Laurel Jr. assumes the role of Secretary of Agriculture, succeeding none other than the Philippine President, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., expectations run high. Despite the weight of this responsibility, I have unwavering confidence in the capabilities of Secretary Kiko. As emphasized by the President and former Agriculture Secretary, it is time that we have found somebody who understands very well the problems that agriculture is facing. Aligned with these sentiments, I extend my full support for the confirmation of the appointment of Secretary Chu Laurel in the helm of the Department of Agriculture. The focused attention of a dedicated secretary is indispensable, especially for such a pivotal department as Department of Agriculture, effectively addressing two key issues in the country, poverty and food security. We have heard it mentioned not just once by our very own president that we should prepare the country for the worst, especially for impending famine or food crisis. It is December now, but there are days when it feels like April. El Nino heat has started, and we know that this will lead to challenges in food production. Secretary Kiko brings with him 3 decades of invaluable experience in the fishing, food processing, and storage business. His commitment is evident in spending about 45 days aboard fishing vessels annually for 5 consecutive years, coupled with extensive travels to diverse countries for profound insights into the industry. He played a crucial role in expanding Frabel Fishing Corporation's market to various continents. Furthermore, before assuming the role as Agriculture Secretary, he held notable positions such as the President of the Agusan Power Corporation, Chairman of the World Tuna Purse Seine Organization, and a member of the Private Sector Advisory Council for Agriculture. No doubt his well-rounded experience and God-given skills has prepared him well for the giant tasks at hand. The role of the Agriculture Secretary at this juncture in history is like Joseph in the book of Genesis. He is tasked to prepare the warehouses and increase production of grains in order to be ready for a world food crisis. Secretary Kiko, know that God himself positioned you for such a time as this. Therefore, he will supply you all the wisdom and discernment that you will need to manage, govern, and restructure such an organization as the DA. The President has given you the mandate, just like Pharaoh's signet ring. The CA today is vesting you its confirmation, remembering then, as you go out of the halls of the Senate, that you are all set with the power and authority to trample down anyone who will be on your way to the fulfillment of such mandate. Be strong and take courage. Without your consent, no man may lift his hand or foot in all this land concerning the matter of agriculture. You are sent out today as sheep among wolves. So be wise as a serpent and innocent as dove, meaning your eyes will be cunning and crafty, but your heart having no personal agenda other than to serve the Filipino people. I heard you say that you are doing this for the love of country. Then I believe your heart is placed rightly. Secretary, while acknowledging the substantial work ahead, I believe you are up at the task. Congratulations on your well-deserved appointment. God bless the work of your hands. God bless the Philippines.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Revilla.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Congressman Padiernos?
Our distinguished colleague, Congressman Pajernos, is recognized.
Mr. Chair, my distinguished colleagues in the Commission on Appointments, good afternoon. It is my honor and privilege to endorse the confirmation by this Honorable Commission of the ad interim appointment of Honorable Francisco P. Chu Laurel, Jr. as Secretary of the Department of Agriculture. Francisco P. Chu Laurel, Jr., or fondly known to many as Kiko, earning the position of Department of Agriculture Secretary, is significant since it is the latter's first major appointment within the government. In the past, he has only held minor public roles. The position of commander in the Naval Affiliated Reserve Force, NCR, for the Philippine Navy, and member of the Agriculture Group for the Private Sector Advisory Council, wherein he was recognized for providing his expertise, logistical support, and capability training. Thus, it is without a doubt that Secretary Laurel is sacrificing a great deal by taking on this public role. He began his employment career in the private sector for his family business as a regular employee and worked his way up by gradually taking the leadership roles at the age of 28. He took over the family business and from there diversified its business units. Over the years, he served in various capacities such as treasurer, vice president, chairperson, and director, and expanded into different industries such as energy, real estate, and distribution. Other than the initial fishing business that he had inherited, Secretary Laurel only furthered the successes of all his companies while continuing to implement his leadership skills and innovations. The experiences that Secretary Laurel has had within the private sector are not only proof that he will be able to successfully fulfill his position as secretary, but will also help in taking on this bigger role within the government. Secretary Laurel is well equipped with accomplishment, work ethics, and people-centric values that will allow him to successfully navigate the public sector. As a matter of fact, he has already pledged to revolutionize the agricultural landscape of the Philippines, such as through the modernization of farming methods and practices, implementing effective logistic strategies, and proposing digital transformation for agricultural commodities for more accurate data. These are but some of the testament to Secretary Laurel's dedication, competence, and leadership, traits which Secretary Laurel takes him as he takes the helm of the Department of Agriculture. It is therefore my honor to manifest my full support to the confirmation of the Honorable Francisco P. Chu Laurel, Jr. as Secretary of the Department of Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Congressman Pajernos.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Congressman Dante Marcoleta?
Our distinguished colleague, Congressman Dante Marcoleta, Rodante Marcoleta is recognized.
Mr. Chair, Mr. President, at one point in the history of Olympus, all the gods residing therein were alarmed by the giants that disturbed their peace and tranquility. The leader of those giants was Antaeus. He was the son of Gaia, or Mother Earth, and Poseidon, the god of the sea. Nobody can wrestle him. He was so strong. Not even the gods of Mount Olympus can do anything against him, because their powers, combined and otherwise, were ineffective against their fellow gods, or ascendants or descendants of their fellow gods. And so they had a problem, until one day they thought that only one mortal, only a mortal can address that problem. And so the leader of the gods, King Zeus, thought of one of his sons. He was immortal. His name was Hercules. So Hercules wrestled Antaeus for a day. But much to his surprise, he cannot subdue him, even if several times he can wrestle him to the ground. And then he was able to fathom that the one that gives him strength every time that his body touches the soil, the ground is the one giving him the nutrients. The earth, or the land, and the sea are the resources of our agriculture, Mr. President. So we have here an appointee, a secretary, Secretary Laurel, who we hopes to play the role of Hercules, to battle all the giants that prevents the growth of our agriculture, the profiteers, the smugglers, the hoarders, so that he can play Hercules to our small people, to our farmers and fishermen, so that we can hope for a good future, self-sufficiency, if not food security for our country and our people. I lend this voice, Mr. President, in support of Secretary Laurel. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that story of Greek history.
Mr. Chair, following members of the commission would like to submit their seconding speeches in writing to be incorporated in the journal of today's session. Congressman Oka Malapitan, Congressman Johnny Pimentel, Senator G.V. Ejercito, Senator Loren Legarda, Senator Jinggoy Estrada. I so move, Mr. Chair.
There have no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. Chair, may we reiterate the earlier motion for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointment of Mr. Francisco Pechu Laurel as Secretary, Department of Agriculture.
Before I act on that motion, there will be no seconding sponsorship from the model of Probel, Senator Escudero. I'm sure he gives full support. Yung nga lang, Secretary, sabi sa akin ni Senator JB na lousy model daw si Senator si Senator Cheese Escudero sa iyong brand of hot dogs. Kasi payat daw siya. Kailangan mas mataba yung kunin mong model. But kidding aside, I've known this gentleman, Your Honors, for a long, long time. Maybe 35 years. I've known him for 35 years. We were teenagers when we first hung out. We were together in martial arts. Sabi ko nga kanina, matapang yan. Huwag mo kalimutan yung tapang mo, Secretary, when you deal with the smugglers and even inefficient and ineffective members of the Department of Agriculture. Huwag ka matakot. The President put you there for a reason. He was the former secretary, but if he put his trust in you, malaking bagay po yan. That means a lot to the President. So as I mentioned earlier, nasubukan na natin yung academe, of the different academes of this great country of ours. Hindi pa masadong gumanda ang agrikultura natin. Nasubukan natin yung mga galing multinational corporations. Hindi rin gumanda ang ating agrikultura. Nasubukan din natin balikbayan because the former secretary he used to work in India for the grains authority in India. Wala din pong masyadong nangyari at puro importation na lang ang nangyari sa atin. Siguro nahirapan po siya gawin yung katungkulan niya. Pero ngayon, bigyan natin ng oportunidad ang DA that will be run by an entrepreneur. I mentioned this earlier. He's an entrepreneur dealing with agribusiness. So you know all the bottlenecks, you know all the red tape, you know all the difficulties one agribusiness entrepreneur has to hurdle each time when you want to sell the produce in someone's table and in someone's market. So I know the Department of Agriculture is in good hands, and we wish you the best of luck, Your Honor. So with that, there being no more objections to the motion, there be no objections rather to the motion, the commission hereby confirms the ad interim appointment of Secretary Francisco Pechu Laurel as Secretary of the Department of Agriculture. Congratulations, sir.
Mr. Chair, considering the issuance of a notice of caucus and plenary session scheduled for tomorrow, December 6, 2023, has been previously issued by the CA Secretariat, may we just ask for its cancellation, there being no matters to be taken up?
Yes, since we took up the plenary session today, we no longer need to meet here tomorrow, although I believe we have schedules for Tuesday, so we can see each other once again before we go off to our Christmas break. So, Majority Leader?
Mr. Chair, there being no other matters to discuss, I move to adjourn.
There being no other matters to discuss, the session is adjourned and we'll have a photo opportunity with the two secretaries. Maraming salamat po. Congratulations.